Okay, good evening. This is the Greenfield City Council meeting, April 21st, 2021. It's the 216th regular meeting at 7 p.m. on the WebEx conferencing system. I'm going to call this meeting to order. This meeting is being recorded and videotaped by the City Council and GCTV 15. If any of the persons presented are doing the same, you must notify the chairperson at this time. Um, I need to ask everyone to mute because I'm already hearing feedback or talking. So if everybody would mute, that would be great. And again, if you would like to speak in the chat, if you'd like to speak tonight, your name and address in the chat with your town. Okay, Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Councillor Jarvis.
Here.
Councillor Gwynn.
Here.
Councillor Disorder.
Here.
Councillor Bottomley.
Here.
Councillor Dolan.
Here.
Vice President Gilmore.
Here.
Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Wheeler.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Mayo.
Here.
Councillor Hirschfeld.
Here.
Councillor Elmer. Councillor Elmer. I'll come back to him. Councillor Forgy.
Here.
President Ricketts.
Present?
Councillor Stemple. Councillor Stemple.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Elmer. I don't see that he's logged in. Councillor Elmer. Councillor Elmer appears not to have logged in yet, but Madam President, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you so much. And we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, which is voluntary. Okay? I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible,
The nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for
President Ricketts, just to note, Councillor Elmer has joined.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. I would ask that all counselors please turn their videos on. We have a number of people all signed in as City of Greenfield, and we have public, and they want to know who is here tonight and who is voting. And so you can shut them off later if you need to, but we need to leave them all on for the public
I
section.
may shut mine off. I have an infant. I don't really want her on the camera. So
Okay, no
when
problem.
Sawyer's with me, I'll be off camera.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, Councilor Stemple. Okay, I'll accept the motion to approve the March 17th City Council meeting minutes.
So moved, Disorder.
Second, Mayo.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Abstain? Okay, thank you. At this time, take communications from the superintendent of schools and the school committee.
Evening, Councillor Ricketts and the rest of the City Council. I am happy to be with you tonight, as always. I am even more happy that I have a teammate here this week. New superintendent, interim superintendent of schools, Dr. Judy Houle. This is, I'm fairly certain, her first time to actually interact with you folks as a council. I will keep my remarks or notes tonight short and then turn it over to her. We are, as a school committee, learning a great deal from Dr. Houle and our partners at TMS. And I have been able to already have a greater understanding of how we can be the best that we can be as a school district in our operations, as well as in our leadership for our K through 12, preschool through 12 students. And I'm very grateful for the work that she's doing and the role modeling that is happening for everyone who works in the schools and everyone who has students with our within our schools. It's really great to see the turnaround here, and I'm happy to answer specific questions as always. But I'd like to give Dr. Houle an opportunity to impart any remarks or give any communications at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Nice to be with you all. Just some updates on the work that we are doing. As you may all well know, a couple of weeks ago, we opened the doors to our pre-K through 4 students to return to full-time in-person learning per the Commissioner of Education's directive to do so. And that went pretty successfully. We had a couple of, not terrible hiccups as things started, as normally does with bus routes and all of that kind of thing, but it went very, very smoothly. We have had a couple of positive test results from COVID-19. We have taken the appropriate measures to notify people so that they can quarantine, and we're taking steps to make sure that our school environments are extra clean over the vacation break. We are looking forward to welcoming our middle and high school students in with us for full-time in-person learning starting on Wednesday, April 28th. And so faculty and staff have been working really, really hard to get everything ready to welcome students back into our schools, and we look forward to having the rest of them with us really soon.
Okay, thank you and welcome aboard. So at this time, I'd like to know if any counselors have any questions. If you could just put your name in the chat, let me know.
I didn't know there'd be a quiz after this.
You're always, it's school business.
I don't see that anyone has raised their hand to indicate they have questions, President Ricketts.
Okay. All right. So thank you. So again, welcome again, and you're off to a great start. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you more in the upcoming months. So
Thank you all. Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Have a good meeting.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So communications from the mayor, city of officers, employees. Mayor Weaver.
Good evening.
She on?
Hello there.
There she
Good
is.
evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
I have a few remarks. I just wanted to give you a vaccination update. The city of Greenfield's clinic remains open and will be open and doing vaccines from now through, I think it is the May 15th, May 14th, somewhere in there. So I just want everyone to know that. I think it's been a little confusing, some of the reports you've been receiving, which I'll address in a little bit through the newspaper. And you may have constituents that have been asking you about the status. So I hope to clear some of that up. But I want to first say that since we began late January to our last report that I saw, which was completed through the weekend, the city of Greenfield on its own through at the JZ Center has vaccinated 12,400 people. The majority of those people are from Franklin County, and of course, many of them are from Greenfield. We will be transitioning. We are mindful both of the expense of operating that clinic, but also the time and toll, both emotionally and in terms of getting work done, that it takes to run that clinic. Fortunately, we have partners, and we have had them all along, and the FERCOG is one of those partners. So we will be transitioning to a single site. We'll be at the JZ, as I said, I think until May 14th. We will begin to turn the JZ back to Hope, both for seniors and also other community meetings and so forth, as probably beginning in June, but we are going to, of course, do that only based on the numbers. So we'll be monitoring the numbers of the virus infections and where we're at. And of course, by following state protocols, whatever they may be out there. It's really kind of a day-to-day thing. So as for the transition, we will be working with the FERCOG, providing some assistance to them. It is their clinic. They will be doing a clinic at GCC, most likely a drive-through, although I don't know that that final decision has been made. We will be there providing assistance in the form of, well, whatever they need, really, but medical vaccinators, medical team if needed, and certainly our EMTs will be there as they have been all along. So we will always have a team there. We are there to provide logistics. We are not there to run the clinic or to do the, provide all of the resources that are needed for that. Moving to a different idea, to a different item. The zoning ad hoc committee that you set up quite a while ago, we are beginning to get members of that. I believe all of the various departments that need to be represented on there, so planning board, ZBA, and so forth. We have volunteers for that from those boards. We are now seeking one person from each precinct to round it out as per your order. And we have started reaching out through our social media to do that. And we have had some people coming in from different precincts. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what they are. So if you live in the precinct and you have some interest in looking at our zoning bylaw with a eye to review particularly those aspects of our zoning bylaw that relate to housing and how we might be able to improve and increase additional housing in Greenfield through the zoning bylaw, by all means, send an email with your interest to mayor@greenfield-ma.gov and state your interest and your background. We need one from each precinct, and we are going to read every one of those and make our decisions on that, and those appointments will subsequently come back before the council here. So we're working on it, and hopefully it'll gel here before too long. For those of you, for your counselors tonight who are considering the capital budget, I would just like to speak to that, if I may, for a few minutes, or not even a minute. I won't do too many plurals there. by the way, we do have department heads who have items before you on the capital budget here. By all means, they're here to answer your questions. So when the time comes, feel free to ask them, as I think you would anyway. But and as well, Liz Gilman, who can speak to that. Any financial issues or questions that you may have with regard to the capital budget. I refer you to the memo that I sent out on February 22nd, along with the capital budget. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to read it. It explains some of the thinking behind it, both from the standpoint of the Capital Improvement Committee and from my standpoint as well, based on making sure that we keep our borrowing in line with what we can afford. We are looking at, as we always do with a capital budget, because it deals with I call the hard parts, the hard items, your buildings, your infrastructure, and so forth. So it's looking at upgrading our aging equipment and vehicles, upgrading our aging infrastructure, and maintaining buildings to meet all code and mandatory professional standards, and to maintain the health and safety of the most valuable asset we have when we run the city, and that is our employees. So I will tell you that Liz Gilman and our finance director, Lynn Welch, have reviewed this and worked with me on it. And they have a great comfort level with the capital spending for FY22. If they didn't believe me, they would tell me. And we're roughly at 6%, which is well within the 8 to 10% that we have as a policy for capital spending each year. In fact, it's well below that. We are actually able to manage our debt with the capital spending that you have in your budget. So keep in mind that real people, including the people who travel on our streets, who enjoy our parks, and who work in our buildings, have a stake in this. And that includes many people from the city of Greenfield, not to mention those people who also visit Greenfield. And I think that's all I have to say. I'm happy to answer any questions both now and as you work through the items on your agenda this evening. Particularly, I think the capital budget is going to take up some portion of your hearing tonight.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor. Does anyone from council have a question or comment for the mayor at this time? I know we have a heavy lift tonight, so we're trying to just keep moving forward, but please ask.
President Ricketts, Councilor Elmer has his hand up.
Okay, yes. Councilor Elmer, I'm dealing with people. If people could not send me one-on-one chats, I'm really trying to stick on the main chat right now, so I can't go back and forth. I'm sorry. But go ahead, Councilor Elmer.
Councilor Elmer, you are on mute.
Actually said I was unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mayor, that memo we've been working on for nearly a year, did you send it out?
We haven't talked about that in at least a few weeks. I have something I would like to talk to you about that.
Okay.
We can discuss it tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
President Ricketts, there
I
is
see that we have,
also.
Sorry. We have
Yep, go ahead.
we have somebody from city council that has a question for the mayor. I just don't know which person it is.
President Ricketts, I think that was me.
Oh, your city council too?
I don't know why.
Oh, because everybody did it the other way. Okay, I see. Thank you. All right, does anyone else have any questions for the mayor? Okay, seeing none. We'll go into our public
Had her
comment.
hand up.
Who? I'm sorry.
Kathy.
President Ricketts, may I take a moment of the council's time?
Sure.
I just wanted to note that anyone for the council or anyone from the public who is interested in running for office, papers will be available to take out papers this coming Monday. If you have any questions, please feel free to call me at the office, and I can do my best to answer them, or I will get the answers for your questions. So please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, public comment. It's going to be 3 minutes. If you sent us an email already and you want to just say, please refer back to your email, that's great. But if you still want to speak tonight, it's wonderful. Our city clerk's going to time each person. So it'll be for 3 minutes, and I'll start with Ann Mislack.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Ann Mislack from 9 Silvercrest Lane in Greenfield, and I'm here to talk about the assessment inequalities in the city of Greenfield. To me, are appalling. They're not an accident. And after research, I'm wondering if RRG, the consultant firm for the assessors, is really working for the city's benefit. And here are some examples. There's a property 62 Newell Pond Road is a 2.7 acre parcel with a residential unit and a factory on the property. In 2019, RRG made permit visits to this property after major renovations were completed. The owners had built a new storage building for $45,000, and for the bargain cost of $7,000, the owner added 7 replacement windows, updated the interior of the home, added insulation, and stripped and re-roofed the building. RRG then reduced their assessment by $86,000. The value of the newly renovated building on this parcel has a total assessment now of $161,000. And the assessors gave them an abatement of $1,875 in 2018. 643 Berniston Road had major renovations, a new kitchen with new cabinets, countertop, and tile floor. It was insulated, reframed with new windows, and a new bath installed. The cost, according to building permits, was well over $80,000. The renovations reported on the property record card are $7,112. The newly renovated property with lap pool and other amenities on a 1.1 acre parcel is twice the size of my condo, and the assessed value is $288,700. And renovations here on Silvercrest Lane are accurately reported on our property record cards. The average condominium is assessed for $287,000, and these condominiums are on average 1,418 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 2 bath, and no land. Similar high assessments exist for my neighbors on and Cypress Streets and Place Terrace. What this means is that when we all pay for all the new constructions that will be incorporated into the budget, my neighbors and I will pay a heftier share, and commercial property owners and individuals with connections will once again be spared the equal share of the tax burden. Please defund RRG from the assessor's budget. Fair housing assessment and city improvement spending depend on it. And be very careful who is appointed or elected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. Ben Miner?
Okay, I can't see myself, but if you can hear me, that works fine.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. It's been brought to my attention that there are a lot of numerous troubling inconsistencies in our town's property tax appraisals also. I've lived in my home on Chapman Street since 2004, and in that time have made a number of improvements to the property. Our assessments increased accordingly, appropriately, and I'm happy to have my taxes help pay for our schools, library, DPW, etc. That's appropriate and equitable. But there appear to be some deeply inappropriate and non-equitable things going on around property assessment. We've just heard about several of them. There are many such examples, and when I talk to longtime Greenfield residents, this is met with a rueful knowing nod and the resigned attitude that the so-called good old boy network is simply a fact of small town life. When I hear about local abutters being driven from their homes by intolerable conditions created by business owners who are in clear violation of any reasonable mixed-use zoning statute, then come to find that those business owners are coincidentally being underassessed on their tax burden by an order of magnitude, it puts in perspective how unjust the good old boy network truly is. I have no patience for the so-called libertarian aversion to paying taxes or for paying for municipal needs with our tax dollars. During the endless library debacle, we heard a lot from people who object to paying already too high property taxes. I was at the time inclined to dismiss those objections as coming from people who just have an axe to grind about taxation categorically. But where some of those people may have had a valid point, even if they were coming at it from the wrong direction, is that it is profoundly unjust for people of limited means to see ever-increasing property taxes while their more affluent neighbors or out-of-town property owners and landlords have figured out sweetheart deals to turn our town into a personal investment scheme without paying into the tax base equitably. No long-term resident who owns the property that they live on and only that property should be worried about being able to afford to continue living here. So it's unclear to me whether these out-of-balance assessments are the result of neglect on the part of the assessor and the firm, or whether there are shady deals being made, or some combination of the two. What is clear to me is that the state of assessments violates the social contract, and that until the town gets out in front of this situation and takes decisive remedial action, it invites the most cynical kind of speculation. If people don't feel like they can implicitly trust the people in their local town offices, many of whom they know on a first-name basis, why should they trust the local system of government at all? From there, it's an easy next step to mistrust of all government, and that's corrosive to democracy itself. We've been living through some very dark times. We need to take trust in institutions seriously and work to correct it where it's been allowed to deteriorate. That's all I have on that. I would also say I object to putting 1.35 million into the police station. And I'd also like to thank all the counselors who have been helping with the vaccination effort. We owe you a debt of gratitude.
Thank you so much, Ben. Jackie Thibodeau?
Yes, hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jackie Thibodeau. I'm at 13 Silvercrest Lane, and I'm very concerned about the property assessment process in Greenfield. I live in a 1,300 square foot, 2-bedroom condo. That condo is assessed for $270,000. It is assessed more than 2628 Federal Street. That building is 6,427 square feet, 4 stories, a restaurant on the ground floor, and rentals above. Liquor stores seem to be thriving, and yet the liquor store on Main Street is assessed for $234,000, and the one on Deerfield Street for $136,100. How much depreciation is acceptable for older buildings on prime commercial property that have incomes far greater than mine? 173 Main Street is the reason you should take a long, hard look at RRG. Unlike most other commercial properties, this building was inspected regularly. In 2015, it was inspected by a previous assessor who found the value of this 5,726 square foot building was $411,000. RRG inspected it in 2019 and decreased its value by $170,000. The following year, they reduced it another $78,000. Despite $15,000 of renovations, the building value now is $64,400. RRG assessors say A CAMA computer system determines assessment. Remember, RRG enters that data into the computer system. They said assessments on commercial properties can't go up quickly and should be phased in over several years to prevent putting undue burden on the commercial property owners. What about undue burden on Greenfield homeowners? In 2016, no changes were made to my condo, but its assessment increased by $25,000. No one was concerned with facing in a 10% increase for a widowed senior. The 46 condos in Silvercrest pay 1/100 of the entire residential tax in Greenfield. While the assessors are busy protecting commercial property owners from sudden tax increases, seniors are splitting their bills in half to pay their property taxes. The mayor is aware of this, yet nothing has changed. Members of the council, you are our only hope, and thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you so much. Jim Geisman?
Thank you, and good evening. I'm going to pile on. My name is Jim Geisman. I live at 64 East Cleveland Street. And like other people have said, I've heard concerns about the new library's impact on tax bills and concerns about improper property valuations. I too have grave concerns about how we do assessments in Greenfield, because what happens is improper valuations result in the many covering the costs of the few whose properties are undervalued. I hope my comments and others will move the council to fund the assessor and building inspection departments so they can do their job and improve their processes, especially the assessor's department. These changes could even be self-funding. But I'd like to give you a couple of examples of the difference between a homeowner assessment and that of a commercial property. It's almost like a tale of two cities. A house on Grinnell Street was assessed at $200,000 in 2017. The owner put in $131,000 of improvements, and the assessed value increased to $274,000. Contrast that with a commercial property purchased in 2015 for $220,000. Despite $1.6 million in renovations, the assessment stayed at $257,000 until 2021, when the building was sold for $2.1 million. Oh, the assessment then rose to $291,000. But let me put a sharp point on this. A homeowner's valuation went up 37% versus 13% for a commercial property owner. The homeowner assessment increased 1 year after the improvements were made. Commercial property valuation stayed the same for 5 years until the building was sold. This isn't right. The valuation data or classifications we use could be off, could be RRG. The assessment process could be off, or maybe the costs reported on building permits are off, despite the threat of perjury. I don't know the costs, but these examples show property owner valuations aren't consistent or equitably applied. I guess the assessor or building inspector can speak to how or why this happens. But it's clear we have a problem, causing the rest of us to pay more property tax because some valuations are low or aren't changed in a timely manner. What would happen if our assessments were 5% higher due to more accurate and timely valuations? Well, this year's tax rate would go down by $1 a thousand. Well, that isn't much. But to somebody who owns a house valued at $150,000, they'd pay $150 less in taxes this year. And this amount is meaningful to some of our neighbors. Members of the council, please look into the operations of the assessor and building inspection departments to make sure all property owners are being assessed the proper amount in a timely manner. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jim. Peter McIver?
President Ricketts, I believe Mr. McIver would like to speak under the public hearing.
That's right. Sorry about that. Yep.
I'm happy to do either.
Go for it.
All right, I'll save you some headaches for the your public hearing because I'm sure your meeting's going to be long enough. My name's Peter McIver. I'm a resident of Carroll Lane in Greenfield. I am an employee of the fire department for the last 14 years, and I am the current union president. I speak tonight in favor of the funding request for the new ambulance lease. For those of you that don't know, our first ambulance ever was bought about 7 years ago as a used truck. That truck is now the nice little orange truck that the DPW drives around for salt spray in the winter and watering plants throughout the summer. Since that time, we've been able to purchase 3 different trucks for ambulances, one of which was traded in to fund towards the 2 that are currently in service today. Between those 2 ambulances, we cover over 1,500 medical responses within the city. Over 500 of those are primary transports by our ambulance to surrounding hospitals when AMR is unavailable. Those transports are billed out, and the receipts from those calls go into a revolving account that will pay for this truck. This ambulance will be the first ever new ambulance purchased by the city. New ambulances have a greater safety for the crew and the patient and can be built to better suit the community's needs as a rural fire department run ambulance service. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And thank you so much for being so lenient. Let's see. Holly Merritt?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm here to express my strong objection to the 2022 capital budget allocation of $1.35 million to the police station renovations. The plan is vague. The chief did not outline the supposed safety hazards that employees working there experience or create an itemized budget for how the money would be used to address these hazards. The chief cites meeting accreditation as justification for various projects, but accreditation is optional, and upon closer inspection, the process seems pretty meaningless. I also think that before we make a big long-term expenditure relative to public safety, we should really investigate what makes our community safe. This is a time when this conversation is happening all across this country, as we see over and over again that the police don't actually make us safe. They terrorize and murder the most vulnerable and take resources away from meeting people's basic needs. I would like to recommend that Greenfield undertake a community safety review commission like was recently done by our neighbors in Brattleboro. For those of you who haven't heard about it, in short, the Brattleboro Commission found that policing causes harm in their community, that current accountability processes are not sufficient, and that the best way to increase community safety is to meet people's needs, to reduce police presence, and to build alternatives to policing. I think a lot of the findings would be similar in Greenfield and could help provide a roadmap forward in these important conversations about rethinking community safety, which are not going to be going away anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sue Wagafnik? Susan Wagafnik.
It's fine, Penny. Thank you very, very much for allowing me to speak here tonight. I'm here to speak to you about 2 things that may seem very different, but I believe relate to the future of Greenfield. At first, is no surprise, the funding of the mayor's capital budget for the skate park. It has now been over 12 years since the wooden skate park was torn down. A generation of youthful skateboarders are now parents of young children who, in the near future, would likely be interested in trying to use skateboards as a means of self-expression and exercise. But we're here to talk about money, so let me do that. The mayor's capital budget request of $350,000 for the building of the skate park is the city's share, so that we can go for $400,000 from the state this July. This $350,000 will be proof of the city's commitment to the project, and it will also allow us to be able to go to other funders for, we expect somewhere between $75,000 and $100,000 from private foundations. The community has already raised an additional $23,000 for the skate park. The park fund, a state fund for parks, only becomes open once a year and is clearly a source of revenue for this effort. So the skate park cannot move forward without funding from the state. Without the city's commitment in the capital budget, we'll have to wait another year and go through this process again. The requirements of the park funding mean that at the earliest, we will have a skate park in 2023. So that each year that this funding is left out of the city's capital budget, it adds another year to our being able to provide a skate park. We understand that this is a difficult year fiscally, but we've waited patiently in line and believe that its time is right for the skate park. As has happened in Turner's Falls, we believe that local businesses will recognize the opportunities that the skate park will bring to them and will respond accordingly, creating a more sustainable economy for Greenfield. It's important that the burden of taxes be shared equitably, and I trust that this will be done for this and all other measures. I urge you to pass this portion of the capital budget so that we can apply for state funding in July. The second thing I want to discuss is the funding that I assume will be coming to the town from the American Rescue Act. I've been told that there will be a significant amount of money coming to Greenfield. This is one-time money meant to repair the problems which the pandemic made clear, improve on the problems that we learned from the pandemic, and make up for the extra costs that the pandemic imposed upon this town. As I have no idea how much funding is needed by the public schools and public safety to make the town whole and make the needed improvements, I can't speculate. There would be funding available for any concerns. Is that my call? I urge you to use this for housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, Mariana Ritchie,
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you. I echo the concerns that have been raised with what sounds like criminal discrepancies in the city tax assessment. But mainly I want to make a brief comment about the police station upgrade, and I want to urge the city council to stop letting the mayor give the police department a blank check. Our town is in crisis. More and more people are made homeless every day. Mental health issues have skyrocketed. People don't have enough to eat. You know, I do a weekly food distribution, and a number of people that come who don't have enough food to eat, who need to get free food from us, is totally shocking. The status quo is not working. Funneling money to bureaucratic nonprofits is a Band-Aid solution that isn't working. It just obviously isn't working. Paying cops to harass homeless people, racially profile Black drivers, and escalate mental health crises, and calling it community policing isn't working. We cannot address real community safety so long as we are prioritizing diverting so much funding for existing practices that don't work. What makes us safe is when everyone has a roof over our heads, food to eat, free public transit, internet access, neighborhood support networks, community crisis response teams, free healthcare and free counseling, and a million other things that are currently not even part of the conversation. I really echo what Molly Merritt said about undertaking a community needs assessment like the amazing one that Brattleboro did, which I urge you all to read. And I want you to please start by blocking this GPD request so that we can have some time as a community to reimagine what community safety could really look like and start building alternatives and funding them that could actually help everyone in this town thrive and lead good and happy lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jen Stromson.
Hi, thanks. Sorry. I'm Jen Stromson. I live at 40 Russell Street. I'm a GSAT commissioner and a member of the fire station committee. When I urged councilors aggressively to fund the library and the fire station, I also promised to help us afford our new projects and everything our city needs, like skate parks and ambulances. The reason our tax rate is so high is not because we spend like crazy. I think it's because the value of our base is too low. So I am here to complain about the assessments process too. Massachusetts law states that assessments should be based on 100% of fair market value, and that comps used must be arm's length transactions. not just a bunch of insider deals that were too low to begin with. Our town costs grow every year, and when our assessments are low and we're giving away too many abatements, our revenue cannot keep up. An overhaul of assessments will pay dividends for decades, and I think it's time for that assessment process. More to the point, it'll help us pay for projects on the books right now that we need urgently. Our tax policy needs to discourage speculators and property neglect. It should reward development that improves our city, not people who know how to game the system. When a property sells for more than it's assessed, as often happens, we just don't get that money back, and this has a cost. And that win for that property owner comes at the expense of the rest of us. I invest in my home, and my assessment goes up every year, and like Benjamin said, I'm happy to do it. I love the city, and I think I get great services. But I'm looking at a property that's, been sat on for 17 years while someone waits to cash out, and just drags down the value of the neighborhood, and they'll be rewarded for that because they'll sell it for a lot more than they've been paying their taxes on. Our federal tax code rewards those behaviors, but we do not have to. And those of us paying our fair share would probably be able to pay less over time if everyone paid their fair share. The tax base is our nest egg, and it's our collective worth, and every time we give a piece away, it makes us all poorer, and it robs us of our future. So being careless with this is why we're struggling to afford nice things, and we shouldn't be. I'm in favor of smart incentives and abatements. I don't mind giving something to get something in return. I'm a full-time economic development professional. I'm not against these things. But tax breaks aren't favors. They are meant to be part of our limited toolkit to improve the city. Smart incentives make something happen that would not otherwise have happened, something good, something to benefit the community. They are meant to be time-defined, performance-based, and issued fairly through a transparent process. And then when we don't get what's promised, like with a tax abatement, some kind of incentive that we give or some break, we have the right to claw back and to be made whole. So I'd love to see us fully fund the expertise that we deserve to right-size our tax base and to make it fair for everyone, to make it possible for seniors to live here and stay here, to afford the skate park that sadly my babies grew up and aged out of being able to use, but it's time. So thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Point of order, President Ricketts.
Nikki Saba.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nikki Sauber. I live on Conway Street. I'm new to Greenfield. I moved here a few months ago from Keene, New Hampshire. As a young professional who was involved in economic development back in Keene, I've really been interested in seeing how Greenfield is positioning itself for growth and economic development opportunities, particularly those that leverage the strengths of the city and serve the needs of its people. On the budget this evening, I see items related to sidewalk replacement, park construction and upgrades, and other updates to keep the city water and sewer functional. All of these things are great, and they're vital for supporting economic development of Greenfield. However, I'm disappointed to see such a large allocation to the police station update and reconfiguration, as other callers have mentioned. I have nothing against the Greenfield Police, but feel that the proposed allocation of $1.35 million is disproportionately large compared to the other items on the budget. I would like to ask the council to reconsider reallocation of some of the police station update funds to other budget items or other services that would better serve the needs of the city and really support its future. Caller Mariana Ritchie named this really well, and needing to serve the actual immediate needs of the people. Even a reallocation of $100,000 could mean safer sidewalks for a community or several communities, whereas this police station update plan isn't especially clear as to what the total outcome and benefit would be. Given the national tone around policing at this time, as caller Molly Merritt aptly named, such a large allocation for the police is frankly tone deaf, and I think would reflect badly upon the city of Greenfield. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and all your efforts to serve the city, and I look forward to tuning in for future meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry, Nikki. Okay, thanks. All right, Becky Craig.
Hello, hi. My name is Becky Craig, and I live on David Street in Greenfield. I'm going to read a letter that I also have sent to the City Council. I'm sending this as an urge to reallocate funding. It is our responsibility to recreate new ways to support the community rather than bloated police budgets. They have already gotten new low-pay support from clinical support options, so it seems minimally a cut is in order since they have professional community support paid from another budget, reducing calls to officers and interactions with police by community members and crises. In addition, police roots trace back to runaway slave catchers, and that is a foundation meant to be broken. It is racist in ideology, and we see in the daily news all the ways the police harm vulnerable people. We have these opportunities to adapt and sending more funds to the police department so they can have more weapons, and chances to harm the surrounding community seem to be what always passes. We are on the precipice of a new way as a community and a culture. The way is pouring funds into prevention and supportive community programs and practices. We can put funds into things that help, not harm. We don't need a community where police sit outside of low-income housing waiting to get people as they try to go in or out of their homes. Imagine living like that? Most of you can't really, but it's every day right in our little town. Over and over, statistics and studies are showing us the way. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, as Benjamin Franklin said. We can look at what works in solving public health crises, and increased police intervention and presence is never on the list. If we want to be a trauma-responsive community, we've got to put our dollars where our mouths are. Fund helping programs, fund supports, including increased free spaces to be and ways to be included in our town. But please don't increase more funds to those who cause harm to our friends and neighbors. Thank you for your time and for the many hours of service that you all provide.
Thank you, Becky. And Chelsea, before I call on you, I just want to know if are there any other Greenfield residents that want to speak?
I'd like to speak.
Okay. What is your name and address?
Douglas Skywhite, 237 Conway Street, Greenfield, Mass. 01301.
Okay, Douglas, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone on the Greenfield City Council. This is Greenfield homeowner Captain Douglas Skywhite speaking and wishing everyone to stay safe and be well. I am a first-time homeowner and landlord, and I ran into a significant amount of trouble last summer with our former health director, Valerie Bird, and together with Roger Reed and Judge Fields, who heads up the Western Mass Housing Court, they gave me a list of 35 projects, improvement projects to do, and we did every single thing on the list. So why did Judge Fields still insist on placing my home and property into a receivership and running up a huge $35,000 bill for new projects and new improvements that we didn't really need? Because I've been working on the house since day one when I bought it in 2015. Most of this stuff didn't need to be done. Continually, they were charging me with an old law and regulation that says for a single family home can only be allowed to house 4 unrelated people. And let's see here. Okay. But that law and that regulation was done away with last year by the new city council on May the 20th. And I think it's just for them to continue to charge me and hold me accountable for a regulation and law that no longer exists. And now at the last meeting that we had with the judge, Judge Fields said that if I don't sell my home and property by the 15th of June, he's going to put my home and property into an auction and sell it off. So I don't think it's just and right to be holding any homeowner in Greenfield accountable to a law and regulation that was originally passed in the 1960s and 1970s. So I'm asking all of my Greenfield City Councilors to review this situation and do whatever you can to help me, because I'm living in constant 24/7 fear of losing my home and property. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Doug. Okay.
Penny, Louise? Penny?
Yes. One second. Catherine Golub is before you, and then I'll do you, Louise. Okay.
Hey there, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Good evening, Catherine Golub, 34 Glenbrook Drive. First, I want to thank all the counselors for your time and energy tonight and ongoingly. And I first want to voice my support for the skate park, and thank you to everyone who has worked really, really hard on this important issue, and to all of you who will vote yes to give our kids the outdoor space that they need to play and interact in healthy ways. And second, I am here to ask the counselors to please vote no on the capital funds proposal for the police station. And I'll keep this short. Listening in at the Ways and Means Committee this evening, I saw what a hard decision that this must be for many of you as counselors. On the one hand, as someone who has fought really hard for workers' rights, the safety of our workers are incredibly important to me, regardless of the work that those workers are doing and whether or not I agree with it. But on the other hand, when we look at the big picture, I believe that there are many reasons why no is the right vote in this instance. While the taxing in our city is so inequitable and unfair, we cannot expect Greenfield taxpayers to support such a vague and large proposal. And I've heard the mayor refer to racism as a national issue, not a local issue, and this is categorically inaccurate. The Greenfield Police Department isn't immune to the racism that plagues police departments across the nation. And until our city engages in the hard work of reimagining public safety, I cannot support funding for this proposal. And one way to do that would be to create a police review commission, such as they did right up the road in Brattleboro. So counselors, I just want to say that I hear what a hard decision this is for many of you. And I sincerely thank you for your hard work, your energy, your service, and your grappling with this issue and many others. And I still encourage you to vote no. So please vote your values tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay, Louise, just say your.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Louise Amio, and I live on Madison Circle here in Greenfield. And I'm speaking tonight in support of what this lady before me just said, and others. I believe that Greenfield has been fortunate so far in that our police department has been largely, for lack of a better word, well-behaved. Sorry. But we have had incidents that have been regrettable. We had a Confederate flag issue several years ago. I have a friend who is a Black woman who traded in her Mercedes after she moved here because she was constantly stopped by the police. To be driving a Black woman to be driving a Mercedes was suspicious. So she traded it in for a less expensive car. A lady I worked with at the election at the polls a few years ago, a Black lady from Springfield, had moved to Greenfield, and she couldn't understand why the bus kept bypassing her at the bus stop, and why whenever she tried to cross the street, people were insulting her. So I think that we have some work to do here in Greenfield. And I think that the police department in enlisting a mental health provider to ride with them on calls involving mental health issues, I think that's a wonderful start. But I agree with John McGee's call to having a citizens discussion over the city's budget and particularly over what we expect from our police department. In view of all that's been happening across the country, I think it behooves us to take the time to discuss what we expect from our police department. Are they carrying too much of a load? Are we expecting too much of them? Are they not adequately trained for what they have to deal with? I think we need to discuss that. And until we have decided that and framed it as a community, I think that it's probably inappropriate to be spending millions of dollars to revamp the police department. We don't know what it's going to require down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Okay. Any other Greenfield residents? Okay, not hearing or seeing anyone.
President Ricketts?
Yes.
I do see someone with their hand up.
Yep, and I see that Andrew Ritchie just popped in. Okay, who raised their hand?
Hello, this is Nancy Hazard. I had raised my hand. Thank you so much.
Please. Yep.
30 Spring Terrace, Greenfield, Mass. And I want to support and just say one more time about how I was thrilled to see that funding of the skate park was in the mayor's recommended FY22 budget. And it's just, the building skate park is a commitment to youth in Greenfield. And I know other people other than youth will be using it, but it's particularly a commitment to youth. And we have not been funding youth activities for many years. So please follow. And Susan Wargafta gave you all the details, so I will not repeat those. So thank you so much. I call for your support.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nancy. And Andrew Ritchie?
Yes, thank you. I am also speaking to encourage the councilors to vote down the proposed capital appropriation for the police station upgrades. And I want to say that, I mean, it's really interesting attending this meeting tonight with this basically an emerging scandal about assessment. It feels like confidence in our city council, in the mayor, and in these institutions is potentially at an all-time low. And the police station upgrade is also evidence of that. You know, it's like the actual proposal that was evaluated by the Capital Improvements Committee had no details, had no line-by-line breakdown, as is the case with all other departments that ask for these capital improvements. It's just an example of the way that the city just kind of approves stuff because they like the chief or because they just kind of automatically, as a matter of routine, approve these proposals. And it feels very similar to me about the, you know, it feels connected to me to the way that these assessments are being done, where it's just, you know, whoever is kind of in charge or in a position where they're able to leverage their, you know, their political clout, whatever it is able to just kind of do whatever they want. And I think that an actual community process where we come together as a community and talk about how we want to spend money, particularly as it relates to public safety, is the answer. And I just want to encourage everyone to really consider that, because if the city council continues to just rubber stamp stuff and push stuff through, people are going to get more and more pissed off and feel like they are left out of the whole process of setting our priorities and deciding how our money is spent. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, so I cannot see faces. Everybody have their camera off, so I'm just going to go by the chat. I'll do Chelsea Field.
Awesome. Thanks so much. I'm Chelsea Field. My address is 56 Maple Street in Shelburne Falls, but I recently lived in Greenfield. And we're all Franklin County. We're all Franklin County fam. So thanks for having this meeting tonight and this public comment. I'm a lifelong resident of Franklin County. I love Western Mass. I love it forever. I'm also the daughter of a former police officer up here in the Hill Towns. And even with that, I would like to echo so many before me in urging the council to reject the appropriation of $1.35 million for the police station update. I think we're in a historical and significant moment in our culture and history to think beyond the carceral system and its impact on Black and Brown people. I urge you to reject the increase of the police department and reinvest in other community resources like housing, mental health, healthcare, and education, which is so needed in Greenfield and in the Hill Towns in general. Everything kind of stems from this white supremacist lens, and I really do believe that Greenfield can be a model for more imaginative and healthier change. And as another commenter noted, I think it was Becky, stated that police departments were first safe patrols, and I think that origin should not be forgotten. And why are we increasing their budget, especially in the light of all of these racial justice uprisings, even in this past year, including decades before? So that's my statement on that. And also just want to add in a total pivot, excited for a skate park as the community really needs one. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Erin Kelly.
Hi, I'm Erin Kelly, 73 Canal Street in Turners Falls. And I would like to echo the speakers who have been speaking against the police station updates and reconfigurations. The budget it's not explained how this money is going to be used. It's incredibly vague, and the amount seems huge in comparison to the other allocations. It seems like an incredibly disproportionate allocation. I have been involved with domestic and sexual violence advocacy in Franklin County for 4 years, and in the field of domestic and sexual violence advocacy for going on 9 years. I know from working directly with survivors that what they need for safety is housing, meaningful access to accessible housing, meaningful access to accessible transportation, meaningful access to accessible food, meaningful access to mental and physical health care, meaningful access to money, good paying jobs, affordable and accessible education, free housing. So what I know from working with survivors is, and I need to preface this by saying that not all survivors want to leave their abusers, and that's okay. Survivors lead their own journeys towards healing. But for those that do want to leave their abusive households, their abusive partners, their abusive homes, abusive tent camps where they're living when they don't have stable housing, they cannot. There is no housing available. Shelter space is near impossible to find for its domestic violence specific shelter. Family shelter through DHCD is a hard system to navigate without support of trained advocates. General homeless shelters fill to the brim. They're not necessarily an appropriate place that people feel safe in any regard. So for those who want to leave, they can't. And for so many survivors I've worked with, just the thought of facing all of those systems and the thought of leaving, it is too overwhelming. They cannot even consider if they want to leave because they know that there's just no opportunities out there for them. So at this time, it's a time for change. It's an opportunity, and it's a time for a conversation about what safety really means. Who needs safety versus who can actually access safety. The police are not who we should be centering regarding public safety. The people who have the need for safety and cannot access it should be the people who are centered. So if we're not centering the police, I don't see why they should be centered in the budget either. These upgrades and renovations cannot possibly be a priority for Greenfield at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Oh, yes, I see. Emily Miller.
Hi, this is Emily. I live at 33 Russell Street, and I'm here to listen and support so many of my neighbors who have spoken up and asked for a no vote, and to take this opportunity to have a meaningful discussion about public safety in Greenfield. So I echoing again all the things that have been said and expressing my gratitude for your consideration and all the work that my neighbors have been doing to express this so clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Andrew Vernon? That was Vernon.
Yes. My name is Andrew Vernon, 17 Sunset Square, Greenfield, Massachusetts. I lived in Greenfield now for 10 years. My comment is short and sweet and echoes what many others have said. 1.3 million is a terribly disproportionate amount of the budget for allocation, and without any knowledge as to what explicitly it's devoted to, I personally discourage the council from allocating that extraordinary volume of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Sienna Valente Blau. I hope I did that right.
Very close. Hi there. My name is Sienna Valente Blau. I live at 49 Forget Road in Holly. I've been living in the area for about 2 years. I've worked in Greenfield and spent a lot of time there. This is my first city council meeting. I just wanted to say thank you all for the opportunity to speak and for patiently listening to all of us echoing each other's concerns. I hope that it's not falling on deaf ears and you're able to really appreciate how important each of these matters are to us, that we're here to share with you. I want to first voice my support for the skate park, a place to spend time, get exercise, and build community with one another outside of school is so important for young folks and young people, to be able to develop confidence and love for something and passion. So that's really, really great. I'm also here because I was shocked actually to learn that the city council's considering giving the Greenfield Police Department $1.35 million for fiscal year 2022 and $5 million over the next 3 years, for what seem like really overestimated updates that they need. I was looking at the budget, and the category above it had like a line item for gravel and how much money they needed on gravel, and the police department had no line items, no identification. It didn't look like there was a lot of research or thought even put into it. They just picked a number to see what they could get. The Police Review Commission that Catherine and Molly Merritt and Mariana Ritchie all mentioned, going on up in Brattleboro, seems like a really great option to look to our neighbors and see what they're doing for solutions for their community. And I think that someone before me, I think Erin Kelly, pointed out that centering people that are vulnerable and need support is really, really important, rather than centering the police department. And a $5 million investment in the future of safety that has not proved to provide safety for our community seems like the wrong place to put our money and to invest in our future. And I also wanted to echo what a neighbor, Chelsea, said down in Shelburne Falls, that we want to be prioritizing housing, mental health, and education. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Eileen Snow.
Hello, counselors. Thank you so much for your time and for this opportunity to speak. I submitted my comments in writing to you, both in favor of the mayor's proposed allocation for the skate park and hoping that you will vote to support that, and against the proposed $5 million over 3 years for the police department. So you've already got my comments in writing, but I just wanted to state something here that no one else has mentioned, which is, while I was really heartened to see that the police department has employed someone from Clinical and Support Options, to be part of our public safety team, I was really shocked and disappointed to see that that one person is actually an employee to be shared by the police departments, not just of Greenfield, but of 3 different towns, including Greenfield. And I just want to echo what so many other people have eloquently said, that the needs here are so great in terms of social needs unmet, housing needs unmet, access to mental health care, housing, drug treatment. And I am distressed that this person from Clinical and Support Options is going to be completely overwhelmed before they even serve their first day. If this person was a full-time employee of just the Greenfield Police Department, that would be a great start, to the conversation about meaningful changes in community safety. But to have this person shared by 3 police departments in an area where the need is so great feels a little bit like window dressing. So for that reason, and for the reasons that other people have stated, I urge you to vote against the proposed allocation of funds for the police department capital expense. And I also want to say that I am very troubled to hear about the discrepancies in property assessments here in Greenfield. This is news to me, and I'm deeply concerned that that contributes to this mentality of scarcity where we can't afford this and we can't afford that. And it turns out that it's hard for us to afford these things because a tax burden is falling disproportionately on people who can least afford it, and somehow the people who can most afford to pay a little bit more of their share seem to get by without having to. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Eileen. Mike Nord?
Hello. Yes, I would just like to echo the previous commenters on urging the council to oppose the allocation of 1.35 million for police station renovations. My primary objection is just based on the vagueness and lack of line items in the chief's description of why he needs that money. I think it seems deeply unfair that we would allocate that amount of cash with such a paucity of detail, especially given the fact that community projects like the skate park renovation, have been years in the making and have included many, lots of thorough research that people have really put a lot of work into. And I would, in general, much rather see public money go towards community projects like that, and also funding research into solving the affordable housing crisis. Just if there's anything that can be done about that on a local municipal level. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, anyone else? Not seeing anyone? Okay, so I thank everyone for sharing. So, Councilor Forgy, can we do the public hearing? And I would like this to be just new folks. If you want to speak in the public hearing, you can sign up in the chat now. But if you already spoke in public comment, then, you're all set. So.
Okay, President Ricketts, thank you. I will read the public hearing. It's on page 20 for people that are looking for it in our agenda packet. Public hearing in accordance with Home Rule Charter, the Greenfield City Council will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, April 21st, 2021 at 7 p.m. at Johnson Community Center, 35 Pleasant Street, or via WebEx, to receive public input on the following. Fiscal year 2022 Mayor Capital Budget. Authorize 5 to 7 year lease to procure an ambulance not to exceed a financed price of $295,000. Appropriate $90,000 from Fund 8402 Capital Stabilization for DPW gravel crushing costs. Appropriate $35,000 from Fund 8402 Capital Stabilization for DPW yard HVAC upgrades. Appropriate $100,000 for the sidewalk replacement program. Appropriate $100,000 for the highway road program. Appropriate $145,000 for equipment and rental costs of GSET expansion and customer installation. Appropriate $492,687 for the reconstruction of Sanderson Street. Appropriate $350,000 for the design and construction of the city skate park. Appropriate $50,000 for Beacon Park recreation upgrades. Appropriate $574,205 for sewer upgrades, repair, and replacement of construction of Sanderson Street. Appropriate $469,525 for water upgrade, repairs, and replacements for reconstruction at Sanderson Street. Appropriate $1,350,000 for the police station update and reconfiguration. Appropriate $200,000 for replacement of a water dump truck. Appropriate $25,000 for water rates study, assessed management, and emergency response. Appropriate $91,000 for wastewater treatment plant electrical upgrades. The council may consider the same on Wednesday, April 21st, 2021 at 7 p.m. at Johnson Community Center, 35 Pleasant Street, or via WebEx if required. Materials can be obtained from the City Clerk's Office, 14 Court Square, from 8:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m., Monday through Friday, or phone 413-772-1555, extension 6163. Penny Ricketts, City Council President.
Okay, thank you. So, John Garrett, you're wishing to speak in the public hearing?
Yes, please, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
I'm just wanted to echo what a lot of the other folks who are virtually attending this meeting have said about the capital budget that's proposed by the mayor, and that the allocation of the police department is misguided at best and a foolish allocation of resources at worst. The location of the current police station is off on High Street, on in side of the road doesn't have a sidewalk, inaccessible to downtown. Joke about it being Police Mountain. And it kind of feels that way, like they're just totally isolated from any sort of connection to the town. I know before I moved to town a couple years ago, I heard that there was a station on Main Street, which, you know, no doubt there was some reason for it moving back then, but, you know, a central place for the police, regardless of what their role in the community is, seems important if we're going to continue to have them. The other thing I just think is important to mention is the capital budget is an investment in the future of Greenfield and its priorities. And so I remember when Mayor Roxanne, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, Weingartner, I think that's it, was running for, she did a meet and greet at Hawks and Reed, which has been closed for a long time. And one of the questions I asked her, and, you know, so excited to hear she was on the, I think it was the planning board or the Board of Appeals, something like that. She talked about, oh yeah, I've, you know, been involved in this complete streets, you know, study and program. We're going to make this town a walkable, livable city. You know, and obviously we have several crises going on in our country and our community at this time, you know, climate being among them. And then there's a budget with $100,000 for sidewalks and, you know, a fraction of that for a police station that may or may not need to be repaired. So I just think it's important that the city council, if the mayor is not going to do so, make sure that the priorities of the community are reflected in decisions about the future. And so that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, John. Does anyone else want to speak in the public hearing? Okay. Seeing none, I'd like to close the public hearing at 8:23. All right, so let's have the second readings. Councilor Forgy?
Okay, I'll do second readings and then I'm going to ask members of our Ways and Means and other council members who may want to read our motions. City Council, second reading, April 21st, 2021. Fiscal year 2022 Mayor Capital Budget. Authorize 5 to 7 year lease to procure an ambulance not to exceed a financed price of $295,000. Appropriate $90,000 from Fund 8402 Capital Stabilization for DPW gravel crushing costs. Appropriate $35,000 from Fund 8402 Capital Stabilization for DPW yard HVAC upgrades. Appropriate $100,000 for the sidewalk replacement program. Appropriate $100,000 for the highway road program. Appropriate $145,000 for equipment and related costs of GSET expansion and customer installation. Appropriate $492,687 for the reconstruction of Sanderson Street. Appropriate $350,000 for the design and construction of the city skate park. Appropriate $50,000 for the Beacon Park recreation upgrades. Appropriate $574,205 for sewer upgrades, repair and replacement for reconstruction of Sanderson Street. Appropriate $469,525 for water upgrades, repair, and replacement for construction of Sanderson Street. Appropriate $1,350,000 for the police station upgrade, update, and reconfiguration. Appropriate $200,000 for replacement of the water dump truck. Appropriate $25,000 for water rate study, asset management, and emergency response. Appropriate $91,000 for wastewater treatment plants, electrical upgrades. I will call, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, motions, orders, and resolutions. Okay.
All right, we are starting. I was going to ask Councilor Sorger, would you like to read page 22?
Sure. Yes. This is fiscal order number 21066. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Wiedegardner, an order to authorize ambulance lease. May it be ordered, whereas the mayor has proposed a cost-effective lease purchase agreement according to the useful life of the equipment to be purchased. With the council's approval, the mayor will enter into a 5 to 7 year lease arrangement to procure an ambulance not to exceed a financed price of $295,000 and subject to approval as to form by the city's legal counsel. The annual lease cost will be budgeted in the ambulance departmental revolving fund. Further, the council's affirmative vote permits the mayor and other officers jointly and severally to take any and all actions and to execute and deliver any and all agreements, documents, and certificates which we may deem necessary or advisable in order to carry out, give effect to, and comply with the terms of the agreement. 2/3 vote required.
Okay, so Councilor Forgy, can you tell me what the vote was from your committee?
President Ricketts?
Oh.
We need a second, please.
Yep, the minute I said it. Yep.
Second, Jarvis.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this was a unanimous decision by Ways and Means. What is important to point out is that this is a purchase agreement. It's lease. Chief Strand explained to us that it was very cost-effective way to arrange for the equipment to be purchased. And this is also money that will be coming out of a revolving ambulance fund that is based on fees that are collected by the fire department ambulance. So it is going to be repaid back out of that fund The expectation is about $40,000 a year. We'll pay the lease.
Great. Are there any questions or comments at this time? Okay, seeing none in the chat, because I can't see you if you're raising your hand, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Mayo.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Counselor Forgy.
Okay, Counselor Mayo, would you read the next motion, please? It's on page 25.
If you don't, if you don't have it, I can jump in.
No, that's okay. I've got it. I can take it over.
Okay.
Okay. Order number fiscal year 21-067. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner, an order for DPW gravel crushing costs moved that it be ordered the sum of $90,000 be appropriated for DPW gravel crushing costs and to meet said appropriation transfer $90,000 from Fund 8402 Capital Stabilization. 2/3 votes required.
So moved, Jarvis.
Thank you.
This was also, Madam President, this was also a unanimous recommendation. It is important to note that we thought, wow, 90,000 is an awful lot for crushing gravel, but it is something that will be done. It's a recycling move and it'll last about 10 years. So this is also coming from a fund, I'm sorry, a DPW. It's coming from Fund 8402 Capitalization DPW Fund.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Was there a second to that?
Yes, Jarvis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions from any counselors? Okay, Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call?
Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore. Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Mayo.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer. Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Counselor Forgy.
Counselor Jarvis, would you like to read on page 28, please?
Yep, once I get unmuted here. Order
Thank you.
number FY 21-068. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rena Gardner, an order for DPW yard HVAC upgrades. Move that the sum of $35,000 be appropriated for the DPW yard HVAC upgrades, and to meet said appropriation transferred $35,000 from Fund 8402 Capital Stabilization. 2/3 vote required.
Do I have a second?
Second, Disorder.
Second, Mayo.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, this is also a unanimous recommendation. Again, the funding is coming from 8402, which is a stabilization fund.
Okay, thank you. Do any councilors have any questions or comments? Councilor Gwynn.
Thank you. Was the HVAC system that this is talking about in failure, and did we feel that HVAC is essential to a municipal building?
Yes, it's a good question. I know that our DPW director is here this evening. It would be great, Director Warner, if you could speak to this for Council Gwynn.
Sure thing, thank you. These HVAC upgrades actually will be replacing outdoor air conditioners that are inside the building in our offices. Definitely an air quality issue. In a few of the common areas, the locker room, the bathrooms, in the break room, we'll upgrade where we have window air conditioners, which are very inefficient. And it'll also enable us to turn a zone off to the inefficient old steam boiler heat in the winter for heat also.
Thank you. And was there health concerns with the existing system? Because of
no,
the age?
Yeah, to better explain, I think I came to the council back in October because our boiler failed, the heating system in the yard. And we were able to replace it for $21,000. This appropriation also allows us to replace some broken steam traps that go with that system. This will just enhance our heating system for efficiency in the building and AC, because we have, I think, 9 window ACs that are discharging into common areas. For those of you who know the building, our offices sit in the middle of the building. So the offices have 3 or 4 window ACs in windows discharging into the mechanic shop, into the parts room, and into the truck bays. I hope that helps.
Perfect. No, thank you very much.
Yes, Director Warner.
Yes.
Once you put this new system in, are the air conditioners, are they in decent shape or not at all?
I hate to say this, but they're not very efficient and they're very old. I think they're going to head for the transfer station.
Okay, that's what I want to know, if we were going to be able to move them along to any other department who may need ACs, but if they don't work at all, then perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I wouldn't do that to anyone with these old ones.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's see. Are there any other questions from councilors? Okay. Seeing none. I see that Council Gilmore has stepped away, but could I have a roll call vote?
Counselor Jarvis?
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn?
Yes.
Counselor Disorder?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Dolan?
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore has not returned yet. I will come back to her. Counselor Wheeler?
Yes.
Counselor Mayo?
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Counselor Elmer?
Yes.
Counselor Forgy?
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray?
Yes.
Counselor Vice President Gilmore?
I'm sorry about that. Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Council
Councilor
Bottomley, Council Bottomley, could you read the next motion, please, page 31?
Yes. Order number FY 21-069. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Wiedegardner, an order for sidewalk replacement program, moved that it be ordered the sum of $100,000 be appropriated for the sidewalk replacement program, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $50,000 from Fund 8402 Capital Stabilization, and the treasurer with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $50,000 pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. The mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of this project. 2/3 vote required.
Second.
Mayo.
Okay, second, Mayor. Councilor Forgy, vote from Ways and Means?
Yes, this was also a unanimous vote. Director Marlowe did explain to us that in years past, at least to my memory, we have always had to reduce the sidewalk fund from 100,000 to 50. This year, 50 is funded out of capital stabilization, and 50 is going out for a borrowing. I understand that this will take care of blending very nicely with a grant that we received in Greenfield for replacement of sidewalks around schools. And I think Director Warner could probably elaborate for us.
Sure. So we actually have two grants under Complete Streets, which will blend nicely with this appropriation. There's one grant that will replace the walks, add bike lanes, so on and so forth, on Coleraine Street from Solon to the GCC Rotary, upgrade those walks. And the second grant will be adding on to some walks on Chapman Street where they go absolutely nowhere and don't connect to the next one, as well as replacement and add-ons in the high school area. So those are two grant areas. Blended in with this appropriation, we're looking at replacing a portion of Pierce Street that's in really bad shape, some more work on Hope Street, and some other common areas for ADA compliance.
Thank you so much, Councilor Semple Ray.
Thank you. I think my only disappointment with this item is that it's not for more. I've had a whole new experience walking our streets. First, I want to prelude that with saying that it is so nice to live in a community where I can live in the north part near Leiden Road and walk downtown and back again. But what I've realized now having a stroller is that it's not that friendly to walk our streets everywhere. So main drags like Conway Street, great. But then you go into some neighborhoods that have pavement for sidewalks. We have some beautiful old trees, and I definitely don't want to cut them down. They are my favorite trees on Beach Street. But they are tearing up the sidewalks in places that make it hard. So if you have a stroller, if you're in a wheelchair, if you have a walker, it's really hard to get around. I think my biggest concern area is around Elm Terrace, where we have a lot of elderly residents who walk to Foster's or do, they're doing their exercise, and that sidewalk is just atrocious. So I wanted to flag that I wish this could be for more. And if there's anything we need to do to petition the state to get more Complete Streets funding for these projects, I'll be the first in line to help you do that, Director Warner, because we do have such a nice potential to have a walkable city. And I just really worry about, I'm not worried about myself and Sawyer in the stroller. I'm worried about those with physical disabilities walking our streets and doing it safely.
Thank you so much for your comments. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Hold on one second. Oh, I'm sorry. No one could type in the chat because not everyone can see it. So it makes it an illegal meeting. So please, no one from the public, please do not write in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. No one died. Okay. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Councilor Forgy.
I'll take this one. Order number fiscal year 21-070. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner and order for Highway Road Program, moved that it be ordered the sum of $100,000 be appropriated for the Highway Road Program, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $100,000 pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute, and the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects, 2/3 vote required.
Second, Mayo.
Thank you.
Madam President, this was a unanimous positive recommendation.
Okay. Any questions or comments from councilors? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call?
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Dolan,
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Councilor Forgy.
Councilor DeSorga, could you read this next motion, please? It's on page 37.
Yes. This is order number fiscal year 21071. The City Council, upon a recommendation of Mayor Wiedegarder, an order for GSET expansion and customer installation. Move that it be ordered that the sum of $145,000 be appropriated for equipment and related costs of GSET expansion and customer installation, and to meet said appropriation. The treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $145,000 pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects. 2/3
Second.
vote
Sorry.
required.
Second, Mayo.
Okay.
Madam President, we have this as a unanimous positive recommendation as well. It's important to point out that this is coming from, let me just see. Yeah, this is a borrowing that will be coming from GSET. So it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, let me just read this for a second. It will be repaid through GSET funds. So, again, it was unanimous.
Chris, I can read the next one.
Okay,
That'll
let's
be fine, Doug.
vote on.
We
let
need
me,
to vote. That'll be fine, Doug.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this?
Yes.
Councillor Elmer.
Did I get called on?
Yes, Councillor
Thank
Elmer.
you.
Yes.
I don't know if Mr. Lunt is here, but I'd like to speak for the residents of Briar Way who've been requesting for many years now in letters and complaints to the council that they can't get GSET up on their subdevelopment. The issue there is the electricity and telephone were put underground, and the way GSET's set up is you have to have a telephone pole to put the antenna. This is just engineering and money. And at some point, I'd like to have an answer for these people why GSET can't find a way to put a pole up or a tree or something and get them the service that they've been asking for. That's all I have to say.
Madam President, in his presentation to us, Councillor Elmer, he did acknowledge that that was an ongoing issue. It existed there, and it also exists at Silvercrest as well, that there are pockets where everything's been put underground, and you're dealing with vendors who are actually who own the underground access. And it's competition. So he did explain that that's going to take some negotiation, or at the end of the day, they will have to do some building out. But right now, there's a larger population in Greenfield that is going to be served because the lines are already there and up. So I don't think he's forgotten about it, but I think he's prioritizing it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that. Councillor Gwynn?
Yes, Councillor Forgy, you said that this would be repaid through GSET monies income. Do you know the history of other borrowings that we're taking at other times and how the response has been to paying those back? We are running in the correct direction where they've repaid other borrowings through as we move forward.
Councillor Gwynn, I don't know the answer to that, so I'm going to defer to Liz Gilman if she's there, if she can speak to that issue for us.
I can. The debt service for any of the borrowings that are exclusively for GSET are paid and budgeted for in the GSET Enterprise Fund. If that.
Nope, thank you. I just when we hear that there's going to be a reimbursement, I just want to make sure that we and the public is aware of how that we're living up to those reimbursements.
Yeah, it's really they pay it's budgeted there, so the treasurer charges it directly there.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Great question, Councillor Gwynn. Thank you so much. Thank you, Liz.
Yep.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Councillor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn?
Yes.
Councillor Disorder?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councillor Dolan?
Yes.
Councillor Gilmore?
Yes.
Councillor Wheeler?
Yes.
Councillor Mayo?
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Councillor Elmer?
Yes.
Councillor Forgy?
Yes.
Councillor Stemple Ray? Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councillor Forgy.
Mayo? Oh, Councillor Mayo, go ahead, please, and read our next one.
Okay, this is order number FY 21-072.
Correct. Thank you.
By by recommendation of Mayor Wiedegaard, an order for Sanderson Street reconstruction. Moved that it be ordered. The sum of 4,900 92 and $687 for be appropriated for the reconstruction of Sanderson Street, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is already authorized to borrow the sum of $4,092,687 pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby to authorize her contract for accept and expend any federal and slash state grant available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to take out the intent and purpose of these projects. 2/3 vote required.
Second,
Second, Hirschfeld.
Point of order.
Yes.
Yes.
My concern is that it was read into record. The number is wrong. It was read as 4,092.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that it's read correctly into the record.
Okay.
Yep. Councilor Forgy, want to?
Yes. I wanted, there were a couple of pieces here. The number needs to be 492,687. Again, 492,687. I believe that we need to, and the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend.
Right. Thank you.
Already. I think that's it. Councilor Stemple Ray, is that what you were looking for?
Yes. I just want to make sure with the clerk as well, if that's sufficient.
Thank
It
you.
is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can we have a second on that as read by Councilor Forgy?
I
Second,
clearly
Hirschfeld.
heard Councilor Hirschfeld as the second. I know there were a few other people, but that's who I clearly heard.
Okay, right. Okay, and Ways and Means vote?
Oh, it was unanimous. It was a unanimous positive recommendation from Ways and Means.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Councilor Jarvis,
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn,
Yes.
Councilor Disorder,
yes.
Councilor Bottomley,
Yes.
Councilor Dolan,
Yes.
Councilor Gilmore,
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler,
Yes.
Councilor Mayo,
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld,
Yes.
Councilor Elmer,
Yes.
Councilor Forgy,
Yes.
Councilor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Councilor Forgy?
Thank you.
Oh.
Councilor Jarvis, could I ask you to read the next motion, please?
Yes, you may. Yes, I will. Order
Okay,
number,
thank you.
order number FY 21073. The City Council, upon the recommendation of Mayor Wiedegarder, an order for design and construction of the skate park. Move that it be ordered. The sum of $350,000 be appropriated for the design and construction of the skate park. Excuse me. And to meet the said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $350,000 pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, and any other enabling statute. And the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project, and to use to reduce the yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And to use to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects. 2/3 vote required.
Second, Mayo.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam President, this was a split vote. This was 4-1. 4 were in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay. Thank you. So, Councilor Dolan.
Yeah, as I was thinking about this today, I was remembering almost 4 years ago putting this item on my flyer when I was campaigning for this office. So I'm really excited that this is coming up while I'm still on the council, and looking forward to voting in favor of it. And I feel like I have a mandate from the people to do so.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Dolan. Councilor Gwynn, and then Councilor Stemple Ray. Go ahead, Councilor Gwynn.
I just have a question. We heard from Susan Wargaftik, who's done a lot on this project, that a lot of the money that we're allocating this is to show the community support or the city support so they can get matching grants and such. Was it discussed that we could show our support with a lesser number? That 350,000 shows support, and then it's going to be matched, and there's going to be community money added to that. But can we do it for 250,000, or can we show support with 150,000? Was 350,000 a key number in receiving matching grants or community grants? So could someone who might have that information help me with that?
Councilor Forgy.
Thank you. Councilor Gwynn, it was presented to us as a matching grant where we would have to come up with half of the funds of the grant. The grant could go up to, I believe, $800,000. I believe they're estimating the project to be between $700,000 and $800,000. $750,000 seems to be about the right number. There was no discussion into and people who are on the Ways and Means can join in if they'd like. There was no discussion towards offering a lesser amount because of the full build out and the fact that the state park grants would match us dollar for dollar. Full disclosure, I was the negative vote on that. And I was negative because I believe that small city block grant money could be used to give us our matching portion of the grant. It was pointed out at that time that there was a time constraint since the grant had to be entered into. I mean, we had to have this money voted. We had to enter into the grant by, I believe it was June 1st, and small city block grant money would not be available until July 1. And the mayor has the authority over the small city block grant distribution of funds. So there was a little bit of play as to what the time frame was in getting us in place to receive this grant. But that was the full price of the project that was presented to us.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Forgy. Before I call on you, Councilor Stemple Ray, Director Moore, do you have anything to say to Councilor Gwynn? Or...
Yeah, sure. I can. This is Recreation Director Christy Moore. Councilor Gwynn, I will tell you that the original request was $450,000 to the mayor, and she did make that cut of $100,000 to be within her capital request presented to you tonight for the entire city. As Mayor I'm sorry, Councilor Forgy had shared, it is a 70-30. The park grant can provide up to 70% or $400,000. The city's share is the 30%, which we will work with the 350,000 that's on the table tonight, which makes the total cost approximately $750,000. As many of the people who spoke at the public comment, I was very proud and happy to see such a positive turnout at a virtual meeting for support of this project. I ask for your support to move forward, and I pray that I'm successful in getting the park grant so we can actually move forward with this.
Okay, thank you, Director Moore. Councilor Stemple Ray, and then it'll be Councilor Jarvis.
I just wanted to say, like, one of the first meetings I attended when I was first elected in 2015 was a community meeting put on at the recreation offices for the skate park. And if it goes to show, I'm sure the support has gotten even stronger since then. Young adults speaking, I say young adults, they might have been 8, but they spoke like such young adults on behalf of the project. And just their willingness and energy to speak out in front of a project that they were so passionate about. Now these kids are 12 and 13 years old, and they've been waiting very patiently for this project to come through. And if I know anything about Susan, is I know how passionate she is about this project, how dedicated she's been. And I know that these folks will put their money where their mouth is in terms of not just accepting the grant money and the match, but I know that they've been doing their own fundraising on the side for a very long time. We've been doing a lot of building of buildings lately in Greenfield. And I think it's time to give kids something to do. School's great. We have great school buildings. We've invested a lot in education. But I'm looking at youth depression as increasing. So let's give kids something to do, and our young families somewhere to bring their kids. I love going over to Turner's Falls Playground and seeing the multi-generational use of their skate park over there. And so I think any opportunity to get the community together and for people to get to know their neighbors and for kids to be involved in something positive, I think it's wonderful. And I think that's what Greenfield is for. A budget, I've always said since I chaired Ways and Means myself, a budget is a moral document. And so I'm here to support the kids and the adults who want to use it too, but the kids.
Thank you, Councilor Stemple Ray, Councilor Jarvis, and then Councilor Elmer. Okay.
Thank you. I just Ashley kind of touched on it, but I believe they raised. It wasn't mentioned the amount. I think they raised already like $23,000 or $28,000. I'm trying to find my notes here. That's what I was frantically going through my budget book for, but I can't. I can't find that. I know I scribbled it down. I believe it was like 23. Maybe Christy can.
Yeah, it's correct. It's 23. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, my memory isn't gone then. So I just thought I'd mention that they that amount was raised.
Thank you so much, Councilor Jarvis. Councilor Elmer.
Just real quickly, the kids have had a tough year. The whole generation has waited a long time for this. I think we should be listening to our constituents. Thanks.
Right. Thank you so much. Any other councilors would like to weigh in or have any questions? Well, Director Moore is still here. Okay.
President Ricketts, Councilor Mayo has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilor Mayo.
I just want to say that, so many things, especially this year, that kids not being able to take advantage of so many things. It's nice to be able to give them something, not just for this year, because it's not so many years ago that they had so many things to go and do, and those things were decimated over time, and it's nice to be able to give them something back, especially after such horrible year.
Okay. Thank you so much, Councilor Mayo. Is anyone else would like to speak? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Mayo.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
No.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Absolutely.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes by majority and meets the margin of 9.
Thank you, Clerk. Okay. Councilor Forgy.
Thank you.
I could read.
I can read.
Hang on. I'm sorry.
Nope, I can read this one for you. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Wiedengardner, order Beacon Park recreation upgrades. Move that it be ordered. The sum of $50,000 be appropriated for the Beacon Park recreation upgrades, and to meet the appropriation transfer $10,000 from the Fund 8402 Capital Stabilization, and the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $40,000 pursuant to the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute. The mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intended purpose of this project. 2/3 vote required.
Second, Disorder.
Councilor Forgy?
Madam President, this was I believe it was 3 positive, 2 negative. So it did pass.
Okay. So, councilors, any questions or comments?
I had a comment.
Yes, Councilor DeSorga.
I'm sorry, I probably should put my name in the chat. My comment.
No, and Councilor Elmer, and then Gwen after you. Yes,
My
go ahead.
comment was, I loved the idea of this. However, it really was going to cost more than that. I was one of the no votes. The water fountains themselves would be $10,000. Then it needed an accessible route, which would be probably around $40,000. That was for the paving plus the bocce court. So, it was, because I thought it was going to be closer to 100,000. I just wanted to explain I'm a no.
Thank you, Councilor DeSorga. Councilor Elmer.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering, and maybe Christy can help us, what process was used to determine that this is what the city wanted?
Okay. Director Moore, are you still here?
Christy, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I have too many mute buttons. So all of our capital plans for the recreation department are gone through the Recreation Commission, where we have public comment period. Citizens contact us. We put together our capital plan that moves forward through the capital committee. And then obviously the mayor selects and moves forward to you guys. There's, as you guys all know, like our population is changing. Working on the open space plan, there was just public hearing last night. It demonstrated that the aging population is going to increase, and we need to provide recreational opportunities for people of all age groups. And we've worked really hard for the youth in our community with playgrounds. Happy now to have some recreational facilities for the teens. And we also need to think about our seniors. So that's why this bocce court was put forward. So we have recreational amenities for all age groups. And then President Ricketts, if I can comment in response to Councilor DeSorger's comments about the funding. In order to meet the mayor's capital request budget, we did have to kind of break it into two projects, and that's why the amount was changed, as we had discussed with Ways and Means, and it's 50,000, of which we'll build the bocce courts and purchase the fountains. The piece that we need to still figure out for future capital requests is the ADA access. So at Beacon, we have 2 water fountains that are not ADA accessible. Our ADA transition plan has called those out. One is by the clay tennis courts. The second is over by the first base side of the baseball field. And so we would need to create some sort of handicap parking spot and an access way to those water fountains. I was in the process of working with the former Deputy Director, Paul Raskovitz, and obviously then there's been some transition there. So the number that Ginny's using is what we were estimating, but we can still get the water fountains. There's opportunity to put them there, and then in phase 2, create the parking and pathway. So I hope that answers some of the questions.
Okay, thank you. Don't go far, just in case. I have Councilor Gwynn and Councilor Dolan. Go ahead, Councilor Gwynn.
President Ricketts, I'll pass at this time. Some of the things that were asked were answered, but I might come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Dolan.
Yeah, I'd just also like to speak in support of this. I think this past year for me has really underlined the importance of our collective outdoor spaces. I think they're really important for health, for mental health, for community. So I would like to see us spending more on our parks and creating new parks and investing in quality of life in that way. And I think this is a good step.
Thank you. Vice President Gilmore?
Yes, I have a question for Christy, if I may.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that, I don't like the idea that we're going to prioritize the bocce courts over accessibility. That it feels a little bit backwards to me. So I'm wondering, because I want to support this, but I need someone to help me get there. So at what point are we going to make this accessible? When does phase 2 begin?
Well, honestly, it will depend. Oh, sorry, Councilor Ricketts, can I respond?
Yes, please.
Or President Ricketts, sorry. I mean, it's all going to depend on the cost when we bid this. We estimate the bocce courts to be between where'd my notes go? 20,000 a court. But it all depends on if we put wooden edging, if we pour concrete. It's all there's so many potential options for the design of the bocce courts. And then the same thing with the water fountains. If with the plumber, if we can adjust them so that they're closer to existing parking, then I think it's easier to allow the access for the ADA for the water fill stations. They're water fountains and water fill stations. Does that answer your questions?
Well, I think I'm more concerned about the timeline, because if I have to talk to one of my neighbors, who has trouble with accessibility issues in town, I want to be able to give them a good solid answer and say that I allowed us to prioritize this project over accessibility because I knew that it was coming very soon. Because it's a difficult question to answer for people. I want to support this. I think that this is going to do a lot of good for people, but accessibility is such a that's it. I mean, if not everyone can enjoy this, it feels exclusionary, and I that doesn't sit right with me.
Okay.
Are you President Ricketts, may I ask?
Please.
Councilor Gilmore, another question. Are you referring to access to the bocce courts or to the fountains, or both?
Both, but it seems to me that having an accessible neighborhood where all of our neighbors are able to go out, whether they're playing bocce ball or not, but just to be able to go out and get some fresh air, and be around the rest of the neighbors, that to me is more important. And that's, that's down there with like food, shelter, water, housing. It's a basic human need. And I hate to prioritize something that's fun for people over something that's necessary for other people.
Well, obviously, bocce courts will be multi-generational, and the water fountains that we have had there have been there for, I don't know, probably 30, 40 years, if not longer. And they are not ADA accessible. So I do think it's a priority. I'm hoping that we can do everything that we can within this budget. DPW was going to help. Obviously, they're tied up with several other projects that you guys are well aware of. So I need to circle back around with Marlo and his new deputy director to see what funding is available for creating these pathways to the fountains.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Stemple Ray?
I was just going to point out that parks are also a huge component in our master plan, making our outdoor spaces accessible, livable, usable. I think that's a nice thing about our city is that we do have a lot of parks. I can't wait to embark on the plan for the park on Grove and Conway Street, to have a walking path over there in my neighborhood. But the more we invest in our community, the more welcoming and the more folks who are going to want to come here. And I think that's our ultimate goal. We're a hidden gem in the Pioneer Valley. And I think it's evident that more and more people are finding out that we're here because of our great parks. So let's continue to invest in them.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Mayo?
Hi, I just wanted to kind of echo what Councilor or Vice Councilor or Vice Chair, well, my glasses are, I've got to get read here. Stemple, yes, not Stemple. Sheila, Councilor Sheila Gilmore. Anyway, I wanted to basically dovetail on what she was saying, and having I'm a member of the Disability Commission here in town, and I know that there are several members of that commission that speak to areas of that they would like to go to in Greenfield and cannot. I was able to fix some sidewalks in Precinct 8 so they could be more mobile, but I think they want to be even more mobile, and I think I agree with. I love the idea. I like the but I also like the idea of the priorities that Councilor Gilmore said about. It feels wrong about putting something that that would be nice to have rather in front of something that somebody with a disability cannot use or would be hard to get to. So I'm a little different. I was in favor of this and was one of the people that voted for it. But having listened to Councilor Gilmore, I can see it. I feel conflicted a little bit. If there was a way, I'm not sure. I feel better about what the Christie, I think her name was.
Yep.
That that the timing could be more in line. if it was just a month or two, that could be easily explained. But I don't think we're talking about a month or two, given the pipes will need to be placed, and I know 40 years ago or 50 years ago I used to play at Beacon Field, and I remember where those water pipes were. The pipes were probably rotten by now and would probably need to be replaced. But I recognize the need that they need to be accessible. So anyway, I guess my point is I agree with Counselor Gilmore, and feel a little because I do sit on the committee. I feel like I have to take a stand and say something about they're not they're disabled, they're not dead is what I usually say. They would like to participate in their town.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Director Warner, are you in? Who
Yeah.
is city council?
Yeah, somehow I was put in the lead. I apologize, but that's me. I'd like to make a comment if possible.
Okay, so you're not the question in the comment. You're just the comment.
Yeah, I put my name after the second entry because I'm showing up as city council. So
President Ricketts, I believe the question comes from Councilor Forgy.
Thank you.
Thank you. I actually would like to ask the mayor a question if I can.
Please, and then we'll go to Director Warner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I know this is probably not the perfect time to ask this question, but do you have any expectation of putting this into next year's capital budget so that the full funding for the compliance pieces could happen sooner rather than later?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by the timing of that, sooner rather than later. The capital budget doesn't begin again until November. So sooner would be, as Councilor Mayo mentioned, not 2 months, but a little ways out. As you know, the way we do capital is departments heads continue to put different projects in capital. Some of them are repeated year after year. I mean, there may be other ways to, and this was a particularly, I don't want to say unusual one, well, somewhat unusual in combining the two. The needs at Beacon Park, for the most part, are the water fountains for everybody, because I don't think they work all that well, period. I walk there all the time. It's been identified as a place for the bocce courts. So I think it was sort of an effort to combine the two, not because they are combined logically, but because it's it's an opportunity to do something at Beacon that will benefit people of all ages. People of all ages play bocce, people of all ages use water fountains, and people of all ages are handicapped. So that was, I think, the rationale for putting the two together. So yes, at any point in time, I would be happy to put this further funding for this into the capital budget. There may also be other ways to fund it that don't involve the capital budget. We do have, I mean, we have different priorities, different ways that we fund through CDBG, but we certainly can look at our parks as one of those ways. And I think that has been done in the past before. So, yeah, I think we can do that. And in the meantime, those water fountains need to be fixed no matter what, I think is what Director Moore was trying to say. So it's kind of a 1-2 plan. Unfortunately, that's the way we kind of have to do most of the work that we do here in Greenfield. It's not generally all done at once, unless it really requires it, such as the library or the fire station. So we have to do it in phases. That is true for the sidewalks as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Director Warner?
Yes, I just would like to make a couple of quick comments on the project. Deputy Director Raskovitz, before he had left, was keeping me up to speed working with Director Moore on this project. There's two pieces, as the mayor said. There's the water fountains. We know we need to address them. So if the water lines are old and they need to be replaced, we need to replace them anyways. We could change the location of the fountains to make the accessibility spectrum that we're looking for. In my recollection, it's not real time consuming or overly expensive if we were able to jump in and do the ADA accessibility. We did a lot of the work down the pool years back in regards to that. So I think when we do it in-house and we're not prevailing wage bid out, in my opinion, from what I know about this project, I don't think it's going to be too excessive on us. And I also want to say that we support everything Christy does to make sure, the city's in compliance with all this. So I would definitely jump in with my department to give us the ADA accessibility and compliance to make the project happen.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions or comments from any councilors? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call vote?
Councilor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn?
Yes.
Councilor Disorder?
No.
Councilor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councilor Dolan?
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore?
No.
Councilor Wheeler?
Yes.
Councilor Mayo?
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Councilor Elmer?
Yes.
Councilor Forgy?
No.
Councilor Stemple Ray?
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes. Okay,
The motion passes with 10 yes.
thank you. Okay, Councilor Forgy.
Yeah, okay.
Page
Page 48.
Yeah.
Got it.
Sorry.
Got it. Order number FY 21-075, the City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner, an order sewer upgrades, repairs, and replacements for Sanderson Street reconstruction. Moved that it be ordered the sum of $574,205 be appropriated for sewer upgrades, repairs, and replacements for the reconstruction of Sanderson Street. And to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $574,205 pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute, and the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of these projects. 2/3 vote required.
Second,
Do I have a-
Mayo.
Okay. Thank you for the second. Councilor Forgy, the vote?
The vote on this was unanimous.
Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Oops, sorry, I was on mute. Counselor Jarvis. Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Gwynn. Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Mayo.
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously, and I did that just to get y'all, riled up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I know. I was mid-yawn when you called for it. All right, so we're on page 51, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Counselor
All right.
Bottomley, would you like to read that for us?
Yes, gladly. Order FY 21-076. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner, and order water upgrades, repairs, and replacement for Sanderson Street reconstruction. Move that it be ordered, the sum of $469,525 be appropriated for water upgrades, repairs, and replacement for the reconstruction of Sanderson Street, and to meet said appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $469,525 pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other enabling statute, and the mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation, and further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purposes of these projects. 2/3 vote required.
Second, Mayo.
Thank you for that. Counselor Forgy?
Madam President, this was a unanimous vote coming out of Ways and Means.
Okay, Counselor Stemple Ray.
This is just a question. I see a lot of sewer work on the Capitol, and the one thing I noticed that's gapingly missing that we've been funding over the last 6 or so years, Marlowe, is I&I investment. Is there a reason why we're not continuing that investment program? Are we clear of our responsibility for that, or what's going on with the EDP or whatever?
Director.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
So just the end of last week, I had received appropriations from the council for 3 phases of our I&I to be investigated and evaluated. We got 2 of the 3 reports in. We got the 3rd report last week, and it looks like the estimated number right now is $5.45 million to repair and replace all the issues they found. So the next piece for DEP, which is pretty intense, is forming a construction schedule for those repairs and start reducing our I&I. So we've been working on it all along behind the scenes, and honestly, 5.45 is a much lower number than I anticipated. As we remember, I hesitated to give any numbers 2 years ago. So yes, and we do have some money for I&I, and we're in the process of getting a contract out for some lining of some pipes for a previous appropriation. So we were waiting to see what our results were to initiate that project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And good news.
Yes.
Okay, any other counselors have any questions or comments at this time? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
Counselor Jarvis.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Wheeler.
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Hirschfeld, Counselor Hirschfeld,
Excuse me. Yes.
thank you. Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Semple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All righty now. Councilor Forgy.
Thank you, Madam President. Order number fiscal year 21-077, the City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner, an order for police station upgrade and reconfiguration, move that it be ordered the sum of $1,350,000 be appropriated for the police station upgrade and reconfiguration, and to meet said appropriation transfer $100,000 from Fund 8402 Capital Stabilization, and the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is hereby authorized to borrow said sum of $1,250,000 pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, and any other enabling statute. The mayor is hereby authorized to apply for, contract for, accept, and expend any federal and/or state grants available for this project to be used to reduce the within appropriation. And further, the mayor is authorized to take any action necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of this project. Two-thirds vote is required.
Do I have a second?
Second, Jarvis.
Madam President, this came out of Ways and Means this evening after some extensive deliberation. There were 2 votes in favor of this and 3 opposed to this motion. So I think technically the motion failed.
Okay. Thank you. So counselors, any questions or comments at this time? And I believe Chief Haig may still be on the line. I'll start with Counselor Dole. No, sorry. Let me read in order. I'm so sorry, people. I'm going to go to Counselor Wheeler, correct?
Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome.
This is a tough one. First of all, as chair of the Capital Improvements Committee for the past 3 years, I want to say that voting down a project that's part of the city's long-term capital plan without an alternate plan in its place is, to me, it's like taking savings from your son or your daughter's college fund and giving it to them now to buy like cheeseburgers and a PlayStation. It's not a thoughtful way to budget. You know, we need to invest in the future, and that's what the long-term capital plan does. And furthermore, let's be clear, deferring necessary maintenance on city property, no matter what department inhabits it, is not the same as defunding the police.
Okay.
It doesn't really have, I'm sorry, I'm not finished. It doesn't really have anything to do with the purported goal, which I support, of reducing carceral punishment. That said, I recognize the public's almost uniform opposition, at least as expressed over email and public comment, to this item. And I agree with the overarching sentiment, if not its underlying detail. I have great respect for Chief Haig and the work of our police officers, as well as dispatch. But unless or until City Hall brings the public along, either through public education or by engaging in meaningful police reform, I can't vote for the appropriation at the time.
Thank you, Counselor Wheeler. And Counselor Dolan.
Yeah, I have a number of different thoughts on this. I'm going to try to keep my comments to the most basic level. For me, we just didn't receive enough documentation about this. The wording of the memo is vague. And kind of amounts to a blank check. We don't have a sense of the scope of the work, and we're also effectively committing to a $5 million project through appropriating this smaller amount, because once you start tearing down walls, you're pretty committed. So I think this was not well planned and not well presented. I'm open to the idea of making some of these changes, but the way that it's written and the fact that my very basic questions about it were never answered make it a non-starter for me. So I hope that the mayor's office and all of the department heads will take this as an example that they need to provide significant documentation when proposing a project of this magnitude.
Thank you, Councilor Dolan. Councilor Elmer.
Thank you, President Ricketts. I also took a tour of the police station to see what the state of things and get a sense of what we're talking about. I kind of break what needs. Let's put aside defunding the police. I don't really think that's the issue here. Although I think we need to acknowledge that there was a lot of passion and a lot of thought put into the letters and speeches that we heard, and I think. It did sort of fall on deaf ears within the government here. Anyway, I saw three buckets of problems. One were items that need repair because this building hasn't had any repair for 10 years, whose costs could be reasonably estimated or not so hard to estimate. The fence to protect the water, gas, and air conditioning that comes into the building, the Sally port door that's broken, the broken camera system that doesn't record anymore. Those things should be fixed. The costs can be estimated without hiring an architect. The other two buckets are a little harder. They're the accreditation items that are really hard to estimate, like how do you build a new juvenile or women's holding cell that meets accreditation requirements? That's a tough one. And there are also items that are hard to estimate that affect the work environment. The dispatchers who are in a small area, there's a very good room for them across the hall, but you need an architect to tell you how much that's going to cost. And to have equitable facilities for the female officers, that's also going to take some work, and you're going to need an architect. So lacking the detail, lacking the item by item costs, clearly we need an architect to tell us what the expensive things are. And I've heard an estimate of $100,000. My wife says that's high, but in the ballpark for an architect. If we could get an itemized list of the cost of each of those things that I rattled off that are fairly reasonably estimated, I think we could come a lot closer to an agreement on something that we could vote on. I'm not sure how to proceed, whether we table it and ask the mayor to come back with another proposal. I hesitate to make an estimate of what these things will cost without the information. So I think we're at a bit of an impasse here, and maybe the mayor and the chief could help us out. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much. I think what I'm going to do is let all the other counselors speak, and then I'll have the mayor and the chief come on, and we'll try to tie up loose ends because I can't tell exactly where it's headed. So let me go to Councilor Jarvis next.
Very good, thanks, Penny. I'll be short and sweet. I've been long-winded on this for 2 meetings now. A couple of points I'd like to point out to the city councilors is number one, the police department for about 6 years now has been told that they were going to be in a public safety building. That didn't happen to no fault of their own. And all of a sudden now they're faced with changes and upgrades and security reasons and safety reasons that need to be addressed inside the building. I can tell you in answer to Phil's question, 3.5 years ago when I was deputy fire chief, we were talking about doing the dispatch office over, it was $400,000. So deduct that from the 1.3 that's asked. That leaves 90, and then you're talking the 100K for the architect and designer. And I just want to point out the counselors, not too long ago, like maybe 5 minutes ago, we voted on an appropriation for $350,000 with no architectural plans, no drawings, and no really hard, fast site where it's going to be going. Maybe it's going in the parking lot behind the Wilsons, maybe not. So when I hear that there's no plans and there's no architect, we just voted on a quarter of what this expenditure is with no plans other than we're going to build a 1,200 square foot or whatever square foot park, but it's based on figures that are 5-6 years old when the skate park got taken down. So that argument doesn't hold water with me that we don't have any plans. We just voted on a project that doesn't have any plans. And I voted for it because I think it's a good project. I think that the police department needs backing. I think that they have definite issues there. I think that the working conditions just alone for the dispatchers are deplorable. They're horrible in there, and you're in a dark little tin box, and you have people coming to your window asking you, can they see an officer when they're answering 911 calls? Something gets missed. Instead of Wildwood Ave, it was Woodley Ave, but they were busy with the person at the window and they didn't quite catch it. That's unacceptable. And that's it. I'm not going to carry on. I'm sure all the other counselors have heard what I said previously, but just keep in mind, we just voted a project with no plans and no architectural drawings. So that argument to me on this doesn't hold water. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jarvis. Councilor Gwynn.
I think I will be a little bit long-winded.
Okay.
I'm going to echo some of what Councilor Jarvis just said and kind of go with my thoughts. I'm basing this on structure and responsibility, not on then all the things that are going on that need to be addressed. But let's talk about the capital portion of this. We got here because the police department was promised a public safety complex long before this mayor. I think I talked about it when I was a counselor a zillion years ago, but we didn't get there. So now we have some problems. If we were a business operating in Greenfield and we had health issues, safety issues, and equality and women's versus men's accessibility to privacy, we would make a point and it would get really torn up in public opinion. How could we put people in this safety, lack of health and safety? And then in the municipality, we're doing the same thing. One of our speakers tonight, one of the public said, we have to respect the workers and respect the employees. And we've got to look at that. We just voted to put in an HVA system over at the DPW, but we're not going to do one for the police station. Once you set a precedent in the business world, that's lawsuit time. You can't give one department something for their health and safety and then deprive another department of it. It's not how public opinion in the world works. That's what we're saying. Councilor Jarvis just said a moment ago, we did a $350,000 project without a plan. We also did a bocce court without plans or end results. We can't hold another department with a different criteria than another department. I would agree that I wish this had more specific needs and we go down the line. I think we need to see where it's going, but we also talked about a portion of this being dispatch. That's dispatching fire, that's dispatching ambulance, that's dispatching police. It would be dispatching the social worker from CSP that's coming on. If we can't dispatch people, it's not just a police issue. That's all of safety of Greenfield. I think we've got to look at this. That building has health issues, safety issues. We have to take the right steps to correct it. And I don't think we can confuse the issues. We've got to respect the people that work in that building. And I have to prioritize that can the amount be different? Maybe we need to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gwynn. Councilor Mayo.
Hello. I just wanted to, I was just looking back at my notes because I take a note, I take notes of everyone who spoke, gave a public comment, yay or nay on a particular topic, and I kept track. And I also kept track of, if it was just an issue of they had a problem about spending, 500,000 or close to that, or 500,000 or a million of it. And, but there was 15 people who actually spoke, and this is not counting the letters. This is 15 people who came forward and spoke about, problems in the police department in terms of not in terms of just they weren't saying Greenfield's in specific, but they were saying there needs to be more training, more diversity, more thought about some of the problems that we or the police departments all across the world are facing, and we just need to take a look at some of the issues that were talked about that were non-structural, and at least 15 people came before this board and actually spoke about that they were that they didn't trust police. They told, some of them told person.
Okay. I'll give him a second.
I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Okay. Thank you. I thought you went off my screen totally, so I thought your service went down. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. So Councilor Forgy and then Councilor DeSorga.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a money vote that's going to require a 2/3 vote in order for it to pass. So as I'm sitting here thinking this through, I would like to pursue another avenue that might be open to the council. I'd like to make a motion, if I may, for the council to amend the dollar amount of $1,350,000 to an amount that should be debated on council floor with input from the mayor and the police chief, and that amount should be determined as a cooperative adventure. That's a wordy motion, but I'm looking to see if we can build some consensus around a different dollar amount at this point. I would not like to see this project voted down. I would like to see it move forward in some way, shape, or form.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I believe, and I'll defer. I'm sorry, President Ricketts. I think it has to have money in it, but I'm not uncertain. I'm not certain about that.
I can give you a dollar figure, but it's arbitrary, and I don't know if it's high or low. I don't know what people are thinking about. So that's why, does it need a dollar amount, I guess is the question.
If it's a motion, yes. I think if it's just a topic for discussion, no.
Okay. So the dollar amount amended to $600,000. There you go. That's the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to amend to $600,000.
President Ricketts?
Yes.
Counselor Elmer, you seconded the motion. Do you agree to that number?
I withdraw my second of the initial motion that didn't have a number in it. I would like to hear some discussion about the number, and I know the chief has his hand up. I would like to hear that go forward.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I do not see anything. Thank you for showing me.
President Ricketts?
Point of order? Okay. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll second the 600,000.
Thank you. The motion needs a second. Could you tell me who seconded it, please?
Councilor Wheeler.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so Council Disorder, do you want to have the chief weigh in first, or did you want to speak to this?
I wanted to speak. May I?
Yes.
Okay.
Call your name.
So I was going to endorse whatever it was for the plans. And I'm going to say what I was going to say anyways, even though there's a motion and a second on the table. My job is Ways and Means, which means that I have to look at the numbers and what it's really going to be, what real costs are going to be. And that's actually why I didn't vote for the bocce park. Not that I didn't love the idea of it, but it was the real numbers that were there. I spent 2 hours. Thank you, Chief Haig, for spending 2 hours with Councilor Bottomley and myself touring that station. And when I looked through it, I thought I have an obligation as a Ways and Means member, and it looked to me like that could be more than $5 million. The things that we were talking about even fixing weren't a part of the larger problem. And I thought the first thing that we have to do, the only thing that I will be voting for, will be the architectural plans, because I could see that there were so many things that I want every single person who is in any municipal building in this town to be in a safe setting, a safe and healthy setting. I'm not seeing that. I didn't find that to be a particularly safe setting in the clerk's office around voting time. I didn't see it for Lori Krikorian, that her setting was safe. I think that every single person in this city deserves to be in a safe city, in a safe environment, and we need to promote that. And I looked at 5 million and I took a look and I thought, we were talking about some things, and there was water coming in from the top, and that wasn't even in part of the $5 million plan. So my suggestion, and then I will let the chief speak, and because he has probably much more insight than me on this, but I just think we should be getting it, which is what we should have done to begin with, is no money until we have a plan, an architectural plan, which I heard was $100,000. And over and out.
Okay. I'm just not sure if I want to keep going with the council. Yeah, let's just keep going with the councilors, and then we'll bring the chief in. Councilor Dolan.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't think this is a good process that we're engaged in right now. We're kind of taking what was an arbitrary number for an undefined list of projects, and we're making it increasingly arbitrary. I don't think that that's how the public wants us to be spending money. Like I said, I'm not averse to any of these projects. I, of course, believe that all of our employees should have safe working environments. But the fact is, I do not know what I'm funding right now. I asked for a list and I did not receive one. That's all it comes down to. I think making a comparison between the skate park and this is unfair too, because the skate park has been organizing for a number of years. They've talked to architects. I was brought up to date on the whole process immediately upon expressing interest on being on the council. We've had open lines of communication the whole time. And the fact is that they are bringing money to the table. I'm also curious whether we have investigated all of the grant opportunities that might be available for this. I've seen no evidence that we have.
Thank you, Councilor Dolan. Vice President Gilmore?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
I think I'm a little bit, well, no, I minimized you and I was scared I muted myself. I think that I'm a little bit confused about this process, as Councilor Dolan just mentioned, because it's unclear how much these different projects are going to cost. Councilor Elmore mentioned earlier that we have different buckets. There's some projects that we could probably get a good estimate on right now, and there's some other things where we need to hire an architect. I don't know if $100,000 gets us an architect, but it's the number that I'm hearing. So I don't want to start making assumptions that just because I've heard this number over and over again, that it's true. And it feels to me like what we're talking about now is the process that should have happened between the department heads and the mayor back in November when they were making their capital requests in the first place. So I feel like it's not really our role as counselors to insert ourselves into that process. So I don't want to halt debate right now because I can see that another counselor wants to speak after me, but I think that we might want to consider tabling this until we get answers to all of those questions. And if there's a different figure that comes back, then at that point we could consider that figure.
Thank you, Vice President Gilmore. Councilor Forgy?
Yes, I want to be clear that the number may seem arbitrary, but that I have proposed, but it's a starting place. And I do have a lot of faith in the discussion that produced the $100,000 for the architect, maybe 200 at the most. However, if there are things that are going on with the building, if the roof leaks in your house, you have to fix it. I mean, that's kind of where I am right at this moment. So if we are interested in paying for an architect to start this off, I welcome that, but I also am advocating for additional funds to be made available for the maintenance and upkeep of the building. I understand we don't have a list. I understand that this is part of a bigger number, but if we are unable to move forward on this project, then that begs the question, what happens not only to the people that work in the building, but to the property that is owned by the city of Greenfield and should be taken care of. So it might be arbitrary, but I would welcome an amendment to the amendment if somebody had a number in mind that they felt might be a good first step in this. I also, if I could, Madam President, may I ask Kathy, Madam Clerk, or anybody else who knows the answer to the question, if this gets defeated this evening, when can it come back again?
May I, Madam President?
Yes, please speak. Yeah.
The council rules of procedure would prevent it from coming back in substantially the same form for 9 months.
Okay, 9 months. Okay, thank you. Councilor Forgy, did you want to add something more to that?
I'm finished, thank you.
Okay, so Councilor Hirschfeld, then Councilor Gilmore.
Yes, I think the only way out of this is really to table it and have it go back to Chief Hague, the mayor, and back to Ways and Means, and then back to the council. Otherwise, we're just going to prolong this agony.
Okay.
So I move that we table it.
Oh, okay. Is that a motion, or you just putting that out there and you want me to keep moving on?
Point of order.
I'm going to make a motion that we table
Point
it.
of order.
Yep, go ahead.
There's a motion that's been made and seconded.
Correct.
For the amendment, right.
Madam President,
There were two motions on the floor.
there are two on the floor, right? The first one is the amendment. And if Councilor Wheeler withdraws his second, I will withdraw the amendment.
Okay.
Thank you. I would prefer not to withdraw my second. I'd prefer to continue deliberations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So let me see who's next. Councilor Gilmore.
Yes, I'm sorry. I did not mean to sound critical of Councilor Forte when I was talking about this being an arbitrary number. She said right away that it was arbitrary because she didn't have that information. But I think that goes back to what our neighbors are telling us when, folks have been writing to us asking us not to support this. These haven't been people who are, I'm not sensing like a feeding frenzy when I'm reading these emails and taking these calls. These are logical, rational people who are making a valid point that we need to be scrutinizing these budgets right now, especially with public safety, with some of the things that we're seeing in the news. It has become clear that throughout the country, there is less oversight than most people want to see. And so we need to do our due diligence here in Greenfield. And if we don't have a really good cost estimate for exactly which projects need to be funded and how much they're going to cost, then it's really hard for us to make the case to our neighbors that we do have this oversight here. So I'm willing to, I know we can't table it right now because we're still debating. I am willing to take a little bit of time and get those details so that we are doing our due diligence. Otherwise, I don't feel comfortable supporting this given the number of people who've contacted me about it.
Okay. So I want to go to Councilor Stumple Ray because she hasn't spoken yet on this issue, and then I'll circle back.
I feel like we have this very bad habit as a council, and I don't know when it started, to just, if we can't agree on something, then we just throw out an arbitrary number and we debate on it because it feels less and we might get some commitment from both sides that can't agree. And I'm either going to fund it all or not at all, because that's the number that was set forth. So if we don't feel comfortable with that number as a body, then absolutely we should table and send it back. We are not magicians. We don't have crystal balls that can just come up with fake numbers, because what are we doing other than saying that they have a number that doesn't have any evidence? We're providing one right back. I want to nip that habit in the bud as much as we can. So I'm not going to support this amendment. I know it's trying to gain consensus, so I can appreciate that, but I think it's irresponsible because it's just perpetuating what we're saying that we disagree with. I'm for, if the goal is to get a consensus, then I'm for the eventual tabling once the discussion here is done. I want to be respectful of that, so that we can get the information we need to make right decision. It's important to me to have employees safe. Cancer is a real thing, and it can happen from environmental purposes and circumstances. And I don't mess around with that. I've had too much heartache in my family over cancer from environmental as well as genetic. And I don't want any employee of Greenfield having to be in a work environment that could cause that. And so we also do have a responsibility of maintenance. And I hear Councilor Gilmore with oversight. I think oversight is important. And community policing. I know our police and I respect Chief Haig, but I do want to make sure that we're doing our part in this movement and being responsible. So long story short, if the goal here is to find consensus and we need more information, then let's do it. Let's just not play around with arbitrary numbers. I think it's irresponsible.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stemple Ray. Okay. Councillor Hirschfeld, do you have something about the motion, the amendment on the table?
I'm going to pass right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gwynn?
Oh, sorry. I just want to point out, a lot of people are talking about, the roof is leaking, so we shouldn't fix the safety issues. I think we got to separate those. If that was your own home and your refrigerator wasn't working, it doesn't mean you don't fix your front door. There's some things we got to figure it out. And I would be in favor of tabling this if we get to that point to find out what the priorities are, what needs to be fixed now, and what we can look at down the road, because we can't leave those people in harm's way, whether it's health, safety, the public safety with dispatch, whatever it is, we need to identify that. I would be in favor of getting back a prioritized list, and that would help Councilor Dolan and Wheeler and those of us that just want some more specifics on numbers, but we got to take care of the things that are putting people at risk.
Thank you, Councilor Gwynn. Councilor Wheeler, do you have something to say about the amendment?
Yes, very briefly. I agree with what Councilor Gwynn said, and I could support tabling, but I want to note that I would want it to come back next month. I really think it's irresponsible of council to push capital projects out into the summer like we did a couple of years ago, past the point when the city has bonded for all of them. So I would want the city to, I would want us to come right back to it. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this moment, does anyone else have anything to say about the amendment?
President Ricketts, Councilor Mayo has his hand up.
Okay. Councilor Mayo? Why can't I see anybody tonight?
Hi. I agree that first off, I was a union president. I know what it's like to work in a place that you shouldn't be working or employees shouldn't be working at. And that was part of my job as a union president, to address that with management, to come together to find results, to keep the employees safe. That was my job. I negotiated that. For 10 years I did. So part of me knows how to negotiate, remembers how to negotiate like that. The other thing that concerns me is there was very little talk about after discussion, when we got to the discussion phase on this motion, that people were asking for change in how we police, not defund the police. Just, things are happening all across the world, and Greenfield is part of it. There was, not a lot of it, but there were people who testified that issues were happening that shouldn't be happening. That and they have taken a step. They hired a counselor, or they granted, or somebody got the grant for a counselor. So I see that, but so that's what I heard. I heard unsafe conditions and and people wanted to change. What that equals up to me is, on one hand, we don't have we don't have the exact facts and figures to make a decision. There's no itemized, as people were saying, barrel or whatever, barrel. I'll say that you could look at and point at and say, well, we can take care of that. We can take care of that. But over here, we can't take care of. And so I don't feel like we can vote on it. I don't feel good about making this vote whatsoever right now.
Thank, thank you, Councilor Mayo. Um, I believe it's the Mayor Rita Gardner.
I'm not sure what you want me to comment on at this point, frankly.
Okay, then it's
I've
not,
listened.
is
I've
it Chief
listened to the
Hay?
whole.
I'm getting.
I've listened to the whole thing. I don't know what it is you would like me to comment on, and I honestly, I
No,
don't think Chief
not
Haig is on
not
here.
you then. I'm sorry. Everybody is the city of Greenfield. So I got a private message, so I assumed it was you. It's not you.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Chief Haig, did you want to speak? Uh,
I first want to say I appreciate the job all of you counselors have to do. This is not an easy time. And I'm going to apologize if anything I say right now comes off as upsetting or that I'm short-tempered. But what I am hearing right now is about operations, operational budgets. We are talking about capital tonight. You want to cut my building out from underneath me? Fine. I'm okay with that. That's your right as counselors. I've heard you don't have exact numbers. I agree with you. You don't. There's a reason for that. You new counselors, you had no part of this. You counselors that have been on the council for a while, you do. We were part of the original public safety complex. We got cut out when all this happened. I don't have raw numbers. The thing I care about for our people, for the people that work for me, dispatch. I hear police department. You want to punish the police? That's fine. You're going to punish dispatch too. What I'm talking about is accreditation. I want accreditation things accomplished. Like I explained to both counselors that came to see me this week, you have the ability to vote no in year 2 and 3. I'm looking to take care of year 1 to keep our department accredited, which I don't understand why this is an issue when everybody wants us to be more accountable. I want us to be more accountable. We have worked hard to be more accountable. If you think of getting accredited or even certified is easy, it is not. Former Mayor Forgy, you know, this has been in effect for 20 years. We've been trying to get this. We've finally achieved this. This was one of my goals when I came here 7.5 years ago. My goal was to, and I'm sorry to go on a little tangent about non-capital, but it seems to keep coming up that we're being punished for a capital. We're talking about a building. We're talking about where people work. If you want to go after me next meeting for operations, save it for then. That's all I'm asking. We're talking about a building where people do their jobs. We're dispatchers, and I don't care if you want social workers to show up. They're the ones that are going to get called. Dispatchers, not police officers, dispatchers. You call for an ambulance, dispatch answers it. You call for a fire, dispatch answers it. These people are sitting in a closet right now. Don't punish everybody for what you want to punish us for on operations. We're talking about a city building, a building that we're going to be in now for I don't know how long. Probably long enough that I'll retire and you won't have to listen to me anymore. But please separate the two and we can talk again at operations. That's coming up next week. We can do it again. But please separate both. I apologize for being emotional. It's just, I can sit back and I can listen to it and I understand it and I appreciate everybody's opinion. But please separate both.
Thank you, Chief Haig. And I'm thanking everyone for bearing with me tonight. We'll definitely, before next meeting, fix this so everybody comes in on their own name. So I don't look so foolish trying to call on people. So I think I'm going to speak because I haven't spoken on this at all yet. So first of all, I just want to thank everyone who sent emails. I tried to respond to every one of you. I took a couple phone calls. I do want to say that I was on council years ago when we were going to vote on the public safety complex on Well Street. And I voted no because it just didn't seem like we got a good vibe from the owner of that particular property. Tonight, I wish that I had voted yes. Why? Because we would have a public safety complex and a fire station. They both would have been built right now. After that, then the next promise was we moved on to the library, and then the public safety complex would go on Rydell Street. So that's what the firemen thought. That's what the police department thought. We felt like there was so much room there that we may even put the skate park close to there too, because that's all of our property and we own it. So that all went away because of the grant, and we couldn't do that. And now we're dealing with what you see today. I hear everything everyone had to say tonight from the public. I'm not coming from any of that at all. What I'm coming from is this is a hard decision for me because we haven't broken ground for the library or the temporary fire station or the permanent. So I'm trying to listen to my constituents that are thinking about taxpayer money, and they're worried about us doing, yet another thing. So as far as the building, I don't know, but I can hear something, and I want people to mute because I stayed very respectful the entire evening and listened to everyone else. So whoever's talking, if you could mute, that would be great. And so for me, what I want is I want us to invest in the police station to take care of some of the basic needs because I've been here long enough to see what happened when we didn't do it at our high school. And we didn't do it at our middle school. We absolutely did not do it at our senior center. We didn't do it at our library, and we absolutely did not do it at our fire station. And so we've learned year after year after year that we got to do something about all of these projects. And so luckily, we've been doing well. We've come in on time and under budget for our senior center and for our high school. The middle school, well, that was another story. But finally, we did our repairs. In my dream, would not be to put band-aids on this police station right now. I prefer it's a new building. I prefer the public safety. I wish I knew for sure we had signed contracts for our fire station and there was room enough to put the police station right next to it. Because I would love to work smart. I would like to wisely spend all of your money. And so that's the only reason this is difficult for me is because I don't like that we're even talking about band-aids when we stopped that kind of behavior and we took that corner. And so I'm going to follow along with the majority of my council, my colleagues, because I want to do the right thing. And I want to do the right thing so we're all happy. So someone's not going to be happy. I know that. That's the nature of the business. It's what we signed up for. But you are being listened to, everyone, from the mayor to the police chief to every single counselor to every taxpayer out there. You know, there's plain taxpayers who didn't come to this, that they'll read about it in the paper and they'll be starting to send emails and say, what are you, crazy? Put that money in that police station and bring it up to code in every way. They wouldn't believe that this conversation even happened. It's it's very difficult, but we want to do the best for the city. So at this time, I will stop talking. I will look at the chat, give everybody another opportunity to speak, and then we can make a decision on the amendment and move on from there. So, would anybody like to speak at this time for councilors, the mayor or the chief? Will Roberts, if I did anything wrong, I'm not doing it in the right process, just let me know.
President Ricketts,
Yes.
it's Mayor Rita Gardner. I'd be happy to follow on there for a minute if I could.
Okay.
I appreciate everyone who has spoken tonight from the public and the quality of the conversation of the counselors. What I would like to address is the concern about why this building, why not a public safety complex? And I think I've explained it before, but it bears repeating again. The fact of the matter is, you have spent a lot of time tonight deliberating over a lot of money in your capital budget, because that's just the nature of what we do with capital. The plain fact of the matter is, we cannot afford a public safety complex. And that was pointed out to me. I went into it with both barrels. I wanted a public safety complex at the beginning of, whenever we began this conversation in 2020, in the spring of 2020. A fire station and a police department downtown made all the sense in the world to me as well. And I really wanted that to happen. But I had to come to Jesus with the people who know about spending money, and that is our finance director and our financial consultant, our financial manager, the woman who speaks to the bond councils, the woman who speaks to DOR, the woman who keeps us on track, Lynn Welch. And it was said to me that you cannot afford all of these projects all at once. You can have a fire station, new fire station. You can have a new library, and you can have upgrades to your police station. At that point, it was $5 million. I do want to keep pointing out to you that it's 2.5 in the capital budget this year, which has been reduced to the 1.3, just to keep us in line. We are watching the dollars in City Hall. Make no mistake about that. So we can't do a new building. I'm afraid Band-Aids are what we have to do. And a lot of times Band-Aids are what keep you moving forward, what keep you together, what keep you from bleeding to death till the time when you can do something else. So no, it doesn't give the chief or I, or even I'm sure Ways and Means Chair Chris Forgy, pleasure to bring to you this project tonight which is a Band-Aid. I have heard you, as I think the chief has. You would like more information. By the time you finish tonight, you will have appropriated $2,177,417 in DPW. So that's well above the 1.3 million that you have here. So money is what is required to meet our obligations, to keep our buildings in good repair. We have suffered over the years from deferred maintenance. Everyone has said that, who has the history. We are trying to correct that now, and this is how we are trying to do it. And we are trying to do it in a way that protects the health and safety of the people who work in these buildings. I would love nothing more than to bring you mini projects for the city, but I know I can't do that because we have to keep our finances in check. So that's a long-winded way of saying I would love us to have a public safety complex. I would love us to be able to accomplish some of these things. We have brought you a project and an amount of money that we think we can do that in. If you choose to, at some point, table this, I will tell you, you have to table it to a date certain. So I agree with Counselor, or whoever it was, I think it was Counselor Wheeler, who said that we have to bring it forward next month. If all you want to do is fund that architectural study right now, we're happy to do that if that's what it takes to get you more comfortable with spending money at a different point in time. But what that does is not allow us to have the amount of money that we need to produce to fix some of the other projects, the pieces of this that we know need fixing. So if it's 100,000 or 350 or 600,000, whatever it is that you want to reduce this amount to, just know that only parts of the things that we need to have fixed will be fixed. It's going to be that way until we see our way clear to funding something, whether it's another police station, or something of, we have more concrete numbers to present to you that will be larger, most likely, than the 2.5 million or even the 5 million. So just know that that's what's coming down the pike. And I don't know of any other way to present it to you than that way.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mayor. Councilor Elmer.
Thank you, President Ricketts. If I could ask the mayor, if we were to table it tonight with the understanding that we will bring it back up in a month, will you be able to give us in the meanwhile a better itemized list of things that need to be fixed and what they're going to cost? Irrespective of the architect who is going to answer the hard questions, like how do you move a female holding cell? Thank you.
Well, with respect to all of you who received your capital budget back in February, the itemized list was there. What you were lacking are numbers for it. And as I said earlier this evening, there is the first, 150,000 is there for that study in that $1.35 million. So that's a given. We were going to do that anyway with that money. So can we give you amounts? Yes, we can do that. Why would you think? Why? I mean, yeah, that gives us some time to get some estimates, but understand that they are just estimates at this point in time.
Okay.
Don't hold us to that. If we give you a number, don't say, well, you said the fence would be $75,000 and now it's $90,000.
Just take a crack at it.
That's okay. I'm just saying, don't hold us to those numbers.
Okay.
If you want numbers, we'll give you numbers and they will be as accurate as we can get them. But they are estimates understand that word, estimates.
Okay.
I
Thank
see
you.
the chief has his hand up. I
Okay.
didn't realize he was still here.
Oh, Chief Hague? I still don't see anyone. Okay.
Sorry, I figured you didn't need to look at my face when things weren't going on. But no, as far as the numbers, I just want to support the mayor a little bit on that. I mean, one of the reasons we didn't have the numbers obviously was the public safety complex, but also there are certain things that I can tell you right now, and I discussed this earlier with Councillor Forgy and in the committee, that I can just tell you are wrong. Like we have things right now that I can tell you. We don't have a fenced-in area around the building. The Sally Port that is there right now is technically a temporary structure. It's not even touching the ground. I think if you speak with the councils that have come to see us, water's running under there. We have water running into the back of the building. These are things that I already know. They have to be done. And when you're talking about prevailing wage and everything else, these are figures that are already there. Those aren't going away regardless if you want to give me $5 million over 3 years or 1.3 million this year and never give me another dime. These things actually have to be done. And if you pull, and I'll be honest with you, I'm very selfish. Accreditation to me was one of the things when I came here 8 years ago, almost 8 years ago, I'm coming up on 8 years, it was very important to me. Nobody thought Greenfield could get this. And I heard someone earlier on the public comment talk about it's optional. Why do we want to be optional? Why don't we want to be exceptional? Why don't we want to be one of the 4 police departments in Western Mass, 6 police agencies in Western Mass that are actually accredited? We have 400 plus agencies that are eligible for accreditation. Why do we want to be just average and set ourselves back? So I look at it and say, what can I do to make the accreditation possible? That's what I'm talking about. If, excuse me, if we don't have the money the next 2 years, don't give it to me. I'm not going to spend the money this year until an architect comes in, tells us what we can do, what the costs are going to be, and I'm going to look at it and say, I need to make sure we are accredited, certified, and then take care of my dispatchers. That's my goal for this first year. If after this you don't want it, don't give it to me again. I'll deal with it. But I'm sorry if I don't have exact figures for you. I thought I was going somewhere else. I just want to take care of this community the best way we can, and we are trying to do the best practices we can. We don't want to be a nationally recognized city for anything except for exceptional community police work. That's it. If you don't want me to do that, that's fine, but I'll let it be on you because that's what I want. And I'm just telling you, if we get the 1.3 this year, or 1 million, or 700, whatever you give us, 600, I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure we keep that accreditation, that certification, that statewide recognition, so we don't end up like somebody else in this nation. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Elmer, do you have a question for the chief?
Yeah, Chief, you talk a lot about accreditation, but isn't there some monetary value to accreditation? Doesn't it allow you to ask, put in for money from the state or from the government? I think you could make a better case for that than just being excellent. So,
well, how about this one? You know what, Counselor? It's a great question. I'm not going to even try to lie to you. Years ago, there used to be grants, and there would be a little box on there whether you're accredited or not. I was working in Greenfield 20-something years ago. I was in Orange after that. We were never accredited, never had to check the box. That was part of grant stuff. It's not like that anymore. What I'm telling you is you want to keep us out of lawsuits. You want to keep the city out of paying out millions of dollars for doing the wrong thing. What accreditation does for you is it keeps us accountable. It keeps us constantly in self-assessment. It keeps us constantly with the best practices. It keeps us constantly proving that we're having the best practices because somebody else is coming in and reviewing us. We review ourselves all the time, but right now it's every 3 years. But the way they're looking at it now is they want to go to an automation system where they can go in every so often and check certain things to make sure we're doing them right. If you don't want that, that's fine. You're right. It's an option. However, police reform, Certification is part of police reform. And if with police reform comes financial responsibility to make sure that happens. We're already doing that. Why would we want to go backwards? That's all I'm saying. Does it get you any money off your insurance? Probably not. Does it get you any grant opportunities anymore? Probably not. There's not a lot of police grants anymore for personnel. A lot of grants for property and physical and, you know, items and weapons. Great. We don't need that. We want to make sure that we're accountable for the people that we're representing, which is this county, this community.
Thank you.
I don't know how to say how important this was for us to get to make sure that we're self-assessing ourselves all the time. We weren't doing that 8 years ago. We are doing that now. I appreciate the national recognition. And I don't want to get into our operation. I'll fight that fight next week when we start. But that's come up a lot. We need to be accountable now and be as professional as we can now. And we're doing that. And we're trying our best. And we're working with other agencies. And I don't think the fact that we're going out and trying to work with other people that are willing to support Greenfield financially as a bad thing to take away from us. I think that should show that we are willing to do things that other places aren't willing to do. We have a mayor that is supporting initiatives that we are trying to expand the people that want to actually work in our police department here and make it more desirable. The police department, the physical building is part of that. The cruisers you drive are part of that. The ability to get out and do work. I keep hearing that you want to take work away from us. We're not overstaffed. We're doing the other stuff with the staffing we have. So let's figure out how we can bring the best to this community that we're already trying to do, and the things that we're already doing. We're being recognized in the state and nationally. I mean, if nobody followed what happened last week in DC with our comfort dog, we were the first one in the nation that had this. And if you don't look at that and turn on your TV or your newspaper or your Twitter feed or something and don't see that, then you're actually, and no offense to this, you're insulting what we're doing, because we are literally trying to bring the best we can do to a tiny, tiny city in Massachusetts, and you are on the national map for doing something that nobody else has. That's what we want to continue to do. And the building is a small part of it, but it's a crucial part of it. And our dispatch and our folks that work in there every day, they are a crucial part of it. And our parking enforcement people and that support the city and our animal control and everything that comes out of our department, that is part of what you, I hope, want to do for us. And I'm okay with people that are outside of Greenfield talking about us, but let's talk about what Greenfield's doing for Greenfield and all the surrounding communities. People call us all the time, believe it or not.
I didn't mean to criticize you in any way. I was just trying to find out what it meant. I'm sorry.
No, and that's what it meant, and it's heartfelt to me, because this is what we've been doing. They've been trying to do this for 22 years. We did it in a year and a half, because we put the pedal down, and everybody bought into it. And my officers, all of them, and my dispatchers did what they did a lot without actually fighting us. Look around at some of these other area communities and see what they're filing grievances on, and how they're fighting the administration and how they're fighting the police chief. My folks didn't do that. My folks bought into it. They supported it. And you know what? If you look at the last 8 years, they've been quiet and they've done their jobs because they support this community, and I support them. So I apologize for being emotional about it. I appreciate every single counselor, because you throw yourselves out there to your voters and the people that are in your areas. My community, my family is in that department. And at the end of the day, I could get run out of here for something that I have no control over. But I know when I leave, I left it better than when I got here. And that's my goal. And I hope that the next person comes in and does the same. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Haig. Okay, so for the public that's watching, You have no idea. We are not even done. Even after this vote, we have more. So
We still have a motion amendment
yeah,
on the floor.
I'm just breathing. Okay. All right, here we go. So, would anybody like to speak at this moment?
I wonder if Councilor Forgy would want to withdraw her motion if Councilor Wheeler withdrew his second.
But Councilor Wheeler said no to withdrawing, correct? Am I?
I wanted the discussion to continue. I'm happy to if Councilor Forgy wishes to withdraw.
Okay, so Council.
I actually would welcome the opportunity to withdraw the motion
Okay.
at this point.
Amendment.
The amendment, yes. Thank you.
And I'll withdraw my second, Councilor Wheeler.
Okay. Thank you. So, we'll move on. Councilor Hirschfeld.
Yes, I move that we table this motion
Second,
and
Dolan.
move it to next month.
Okay.
Be taken up next month.
Okay, it's been seconded by Councilor Dolan. Okay. So are there any comments?
Do we even discuss
Non-debatable.
the
It's
table?
non-debatable.
Oh, that's right, sorry. So can we still have a roll call vote though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So just as a point of clarification, this would be a motion to table to the regular council meeting on May 19th. Councilor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councilor Disorder.
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councilor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore.
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler.
Yes.
Councilor Mayo.
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Elmer.
Yes.
Councilor Forgy.
Yes.
Councilor Stemple. Ray. I'm sorry, Ashley. Councilor Stemple Ray, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Would the president like to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion to table passed.
Okay. All right. So, Councilor Forgy, we are on page 57 now.
Order number fiscal year 21-078. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner, an order. Water dump truck replacement, moved that it be ordered. The sum of $200,000 be appropriated for a replacement of a water dump truck, and to meet said appropriation, $200,000 be transferred from the water retained earnings.
Second, Mayo.
Majority vote required, which would be 7.
Okay.
This is a transfer.
And I'm sorry. Oh, it was a majority from Ways and Means, right? Is that what you're saying?
It was unanimous. It was unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments? Wait, let me open my chat first. Okay, Madam Clerk, can you take the roll?
Councilor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councilor Disorder.
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councilor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore.
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler.
Yes.
Councilor Mayo.
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Elmer. Councilor Forgy.
Yes.
Councilor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're on
Okay.
page 60, everyone.
Order number fiscal year 21-079. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner, an order, water rate study, asset management, emergency response. Moved that it be ordered that the sum of $25,000 be appropriated for a study of water rates, asset management, and emergency response. And to meet said appropriation, $25,000 be transferred from water retained earnings. Majority vote required.
Second, disorder.
Madam President, this comes forward with unanimous positive recommendation.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Did you want to ask for discussion, Madam President?
No, I will, sorry. Is there any questions or comments? Sorry.
Sheila
Councilor
Gilmore in the chat.
Yep, I got her. Thank
Yes,
you.
I just wanted to ask because I thought we did the water rate study last year. Is this just a continuation of that?
Is Director Warner still on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
No, this here has only been asked for this year. I built the sewer portion into the sewer operating. This water piece has multiple pieces to it under regulations mandated by Mass DEP.
Councilor Gilmore, do you have a follow-up?
No, I'm fine. I just thought that I'd seen this before.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions or comments? Could I have a roll call vote?
Councilor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn?
Yes.
Councilor DeSorder?
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councilor Dolan?
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore?
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler? Councilor Mayo?
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Councilor Elmer?
Yes.
Councilor Forgy?
Yes.
Councilor Stemple Ray? Councilor Stemple Ray?
I keep unmuting and I hear myself. Yes.
Thank you. Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So, page 63, folks. Councilor Forgy.
Order number FY 21-080. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner, an order. WWTP electrical upgrades. Moved that it be ordered the sum of $91,000 be appropriated for electrical upgrades at the wastewater treatment plant. And to be said appropriation, $91,000 be transferred from sewer retained earnings. Majority vote required. Madam President, this came out with a unanimous positive recommendation.
Thank you.
Second, disorder.
Thank you. I'm sorry, stepped on you. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, may I have a roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn?
Yes.
Councilor DeSorder?
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councilor Dolan?
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore?
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler?
Yes.
Councilor Mayo?
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Councilor Elmer?
Yes.
Councilor Forgy?
Yes.
Councilor Stemple Ray?
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we're on page 66 now. Councilor Forgy.
Oh, hang on, you got to give me a second. I thought we were all done.
I have it. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner, in accordance with the MGL Chapter 30B and 12B, ordered that the City Council approve a 20-year contract between the City of Greenfield and Riverside Water District. Majority vote required.
Second, DeSorger.
Thank you. And what was the vote from the Ways and Means?
I have to be honest with you, I don't think we saw this.
Madam President, this came straight from committee chairs to the council floor.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So, Director Warner, really brief to the point. You want to explain this?
Yes, as you know, we have our water system. We have two consecutive systems. We feed water to Gill Riverside, which this contract is for, and we also feed East Deerfield. We have to have agreements in place to protect the liabilities of the city, so on and so forth. Rate changes, and who's responsible for testing, and if there's an issue with the water and the other systems. So basically, this contract protects us. It's an agreement with those other two smaller systems to maintain their infrastructure in regulation. That's the short version.
Okay.
That'll do.
All right. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call?
Councillor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councillor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councillor Disorder.
Yes.
Councillor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councillor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore.
Yes.
Councillor Wheeler.
Yes.
Councillor Mayo.
Yes.
Councillor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councillor Elmer.
Yes.
Councillor Forgy.
Yes.
Councillor Stemple Ray. Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So while Councilor Forgy is getting ready to do the first readings, I'll call on Councilor Gwynn right now for page 72. This went direct from committee chairs to the floor. It's on page 72.
You're muted.
You're on mute, Dan.
Thank you.
There
It
you
was
go.
my turn. I move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council, pursuant to Charter Section 2-10, affirms the following reappointment by the mayor to the Franklin County Technical School, Donna Woodcock, for a 3-year term to expire December 31st, 2024.
Do I have a second?
Second, DeSorger.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay.
Just as you stated, there was no appointments ordinance decision. It's a reappointment of someone that's been part of Greenfield for many years.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Councilor Gwynn. Okay, Madam Clerk, could I have a roll call vote?
Councilor Jarvis.
Yes.
Councilor Gwynn.
Yes.
Councilor Disorder.
Yes.
Councilor Bottomley.
Yes.
Councilor Dolan.
Yes.
Vice President Gilmore.
Yes.
Councilor Wheeler.
Yes.
Councilor Mayo.
Yes.
Councilor Hirschfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Elmer.
Yes.
Councilor Forgy.
Yes.
Councilor Stemple Ray.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so presentation of petitions and similar papers. Okay, hearing none. Is there any report of committees, even though I sort of gave you the month off, but Mayor Forgy, you want to just, you could probably just remind people about tomorrow night and then,
Oh, yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. Tomorrow night, due to circumstances beyond our control with our WebEx system, we have moved the operating budget that was supposed to begin, meeting that was supposed to begin last Thursday to tomorrow evening at 5:30. This again will be operating budget. It will be the first presentation by the mayor, giving us the overview, and then there will also be presentations from the finance aspect. Finance departments will be reviewing and speaking about their budgets as well.
okay, thank you. Unfinished business? Old business? New business? Before we get to the first readings, I'd like everyone to try to switch back to their names if at all possible. So we only have the chairs coming in as the city of Greenfield or whatever. So play around with that when you have a chance. So by next meeting, we're looking at your names if you can do that. It just makes it easier for me.
Excuse me, Penny.
Yeah,
Penny?
yes,
It's Phil.
Phil,
When we clicked on the link we were given, and it gave us this situation. It's nothing we had any control over. So
no, right. I'm saying to change it back to your name.
yeah, it's not something we can do. That's something that has to come out of IT.
No,
Really not
no.
No,
intuitive.
you can change it, Phil. When you first log in, you have the option to change it.
Okay, since it's 11 o'clock at night,
Let's not discuss it.
Anybody who doesn't understand it, please email or call the town clerk's office tomorrow and they'll help you do that. Okay? I'd say call me, but I'm not going to be available tomorrow. But over the weekend, I'll try to reach out to some folks. Okay, so Council 4G, first readings.
I have some other new business.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes.
No worries. We received an email from Nancy Bershoff on the 19th of April about the opt out of mosquito reform bill.
Yep.
And so at the Board of Health's April 14th meeting, they passed a motion to opt out of the mosquito reform bill, meaning that the state does an aerial spray over to control mosquitoes. And the reason that they opt out is because Greenfield is in fact a member of the Pioneer Valley Mosquito Control District. So we handle our mosquito issues locally. We as a council need to vote on this in order for the Board of Health to pass it off to the state by May 15th. So it does need action tonight.
We will be doing it next month. Madam Clerk, do you want to?
Yes. Thank you, Councilor Stemple, for bringing that up. I did have a conversation with open meeting law about the posting requirements for the 48-hour, and it goes to the length of the holiday. We were not able to place that on the agenda tonight for council consideration because it would be shy of the 48-hour posting requirement and could put us into an open meeting law violation. So the president has said that it will go on the May council committee chair and council agenda.
So that will be past the 15th deadline. Has that been addressed with Nancy?
I have not had a conversation with her about that. Perhaps the mayor has. The council doesn't even have a motion to consider at this time. Maybe someone else does. I do not have that. But open meeting law did say that if it were put on tonight's agenda, that it could be considered a violation of the posting requirements for the 48-hour notice.
I just recommend I didn't see any response to Nancy, so I think just communicating with her about the plan and letting her know that we're not going to meet the 15th deadline is probably important.
There
believe
wasn't, excuse me.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I believe she knows that. We
There
did
were
have
emails, yeah,
with
there
the
were emails
office
sent
today.
between the mayor's office, the health, the president, explaining that I did have a conversation earlier today with open meeting law and the president, and that it would not be on tonight's agenda.
Okay.
For that reason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I just say, on that issue, it really didn't hit our part of the universe until actually maybe this morning, but I think yesterday afternoon. So we hadn't seen it at all. Nancy isn't aware of the 5-day rule or any of those other things. So it just didn't come across our radar in order to get it to you, even within the 48-hour notice, within 48 hours.
I believe I alerted Penny about this about a week ago. So I'm sorry that it didn't happen. If we care deeply about it, we could have a special meeting and a quick vote in time for the deadline. I leave that to the rest of the council.
I spoke to Nancy Hazard, who wrote to me about it to let her know that it wasn't within the within the guidelines either. And I think she communicated that to Nancy Berschhoff. So
she was also in the emails that were circulating from internally.
So it's up to counselors if they want to get together and meet. I mean, we have to look at our ways and means nights, and if people, I mean, it's going to be a 2-minute meeting. So does anybody have any input?
I'm of the preference if we can avoid having an unnecessary aerial spray for mosquitoes, I'm in favor of doing a short meeting.
Need my calendar. Okay, does anyone else? I'm just going to look for my calendar. But
I'm amenable to your suggestion, Councilor Stemple.
Me too.
Maybe it could be, maybe just as a thought, maybe it could be a 5-minute or 10-minute meeting before we even had a Ways and Means. I'm not sure, but I actually reached back out because I thought it was something worth bringing up. So
are you talking about, let's see, what's today? Wednesday. So do you want to do it on
You talking about tomorrow?
the 27th? No,
Couldn't do it tomorrow.
We can't do it tomorrow. We have to have a 48-hour meeting posting minimum.
Got it.
How about if we chose May 4 and do it before or after committee chairs?
Yeah,
Since we're all, a lot of us will be together then at that particular time.
That's an excellent idea.
Yep.
What time?
May 4th.
What time?
So committee chairs is generally at, it's been 5:30. What if we did the special meeting at 5:30 and then committee chairs to start at 5:45?
Perfect.
I'm amenable to that.
Mosquito meeting.
Is it also possible that the Board of Health could ask for a 4-day waiver to get the vote to the state 4 days late?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I don't know.
Nor do I.
I'll make a call tomorrow.
You're getting to really bug me.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps I can talk or call Jennifer Hoffman.
Yep.
And then if they are not allowed to go for a 4-day extension, we could do the special meeting on May 4th at 5:30 with committee chairs at 5:45.
Okay. I'll just send an email to her right now. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Anyone else?
We still need the first reading.
Yep. Oh, good. Do this.
Okay,
Oh, 4G, yeah.
yes. Now, in my packet, it says City Council's second reading.
That's,
On page
the-
75?
it's the
Yes.
first readings.
It says City
Wait.
Council's second reading,
Operating
April
budget.
operating budget should have a first reading.
Interesting.
Yeah. Mine says City Council first reading, April 21st.
Okay, well, okay, I will go with that. I don't know why it says it on I don't know. Okay. All right. City Council. Okay, City Council first reading, April 21st, 2021.
Yeah.
FY 2022 operating budget appropriate 54,472,520 for fiscal year 2022 general fund budget. Appropriate $100,000 from Fund 8406 OPEB Stabilization Fund to reduce fiscal year 2022 tax rate. Establish spending limits on revolving funds not to exceed $540,950. Appropriate $1,403,465 for fiscal year 2022 Water Enterprise Fund. Appropriate $2,247,635 for fiscal year 2022 Sewer Enterprise Fund. Appropriate $1,771,602 for fiscal year 2022 GSET Enterprise Fund.
Second.
It's a first reading.
We're good, but thank you.
Sorry. Just used to it.
No problem. Nobody died. Okay. Let's see. Motion for reconsideration. I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Moved.
There's something on page 76. Do we have to do with that?
No, those are just the
don't
No,
think
sir,
so.
you do not.
Okay,
Not
thank
tonight, no.
I move to adjourn. Stemple.
Second, Elmer.
All in
All
favor?
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Time is 11:17 p.m. Have a great night, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you,
Bye.
Kathy.
Thank you.